Okay, this is a 1 minute warning, 1 minute warning. Okay, it's 4 o'clock. We're going to get ready to start in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good afternoon. It is now 4 o'clock. Now is the time set for the regular board meeting of the Arizona State Schools for the Deaf and the Blind. We start with 1.01 call to order. Suke?
President David Nigro.
Present.
Brittany Buchanan.
Present.
Linda Bove.
Present.
Colette Chapman.
Present.
Lynn Davison.
Present.
Mike Gordon.
Present.
Lillian Lee.
Present.
P.V. Jantz.
Present.
And myself, Suke Kanaiko.
Thank you, Suke. Next, we have 1.02, information item, introduction of new board member and recognition of board member leaving. As you all know, Aaron Wonders was on our board for several years. He was appointed by Superintendent Kathy Hoffman. Superintendent Kathy Hoffman left that role. We now have Superintendent Horn. He has appointed a new board member from ADE. Her name is Colette Chapman, and Colette is on the phone today. Colette, if you have any comments and want to introduce yourself, that would be great.
Yes, thank you, President Nigro. I am an associate superintendent at the Department of Education, and I oversee adult education, health and nutrition, and career and technical education. And I will serve on the board as Superintendent of Public Instruction. And I'm very happy to be here and to meeting all of you.
All right. Thank you very much. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Our next item is 1.03, call to the public on agendized items, and we have how many?
4 in person.
Okay. So we have again, as we coming out of COVID, we have an email submission route that everyone knows about. You can submit online comments that are posted on the website and are retained on the website for a period of time. And then we also have the in-person comments. Today we have 4 for the agendized part. In terms of the time allowed, it's going to be 3 minutes for spoken comments, 4 minutes for ASL communication. And Suke, who's the first one?
Becca Bailey.
All right, Becca Bailey. I will stand when the time is up. I have my timer here, so I'll stand when the time is up to communicate that you'll need to finish and finish your comments.
Hello, everyone. Board, Superintendent Martin, it's nice to see you. Nice to meet you, Assistant Superintendent Martin, and congratulations on your position. I haven't met you, but I'm sure you'll soon. My name is Becca Bailey. I am a parent of a PBIS alumni who graduated back in 2017. There are a few things I'd like to comment on today's agenda. I will also have a comment on non-agenda items later on in the evening. 1.02 related to board members. I just wanted to let you know, I'm not sure if many of you are aware, but over a year ago I applied to be on the ASDB board as a private citizen, and I never heard anything back about that application. I was told by someone that I like to acknowledge that I'm available for service on this board. .04 regarding early intervention. I'm not sure what's going to be discussed, so I may be able to add comment to my non-agendized item comment if something comes up as you're addressing that. But I would just like to state that in terms of early intervention, I strongly support funding and resources for language acquisition for our preschool as well as our training and opportunities for our itinerant and rural area teachers who are working with our youngest children. There is a high need for services in the rural areas for our youngest children. I'll jump down to 6.04. I have been out of the loop a bit since my son graduated in 2017, doing my own thing, but I am back and want to be part of this community. PBIS will always be a second home to me. It was my son's home from the time he was 3 years old, and I don't know that I'm ever going to be able to let go of that. I wanted to acknowledge Superintendent Reichman's hard work over these many years. I have gotten a little bit behind, but I have seen your tremendous effort, and you've faced many, many challenges. So I'd like to thank you for your work, and I hope to see you continuing on with the agency. And I hope that your evaluation results are positive, regardless of some of the challenges that the agency has faced. I will hold my comments about those challenges for the end of the meeting. And that is all I have to say at this time. Thank you for your time, and I will see you for the non-agendized public comment.
Thank you.
Karen Feldman.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Is the microphone on? Hello. Ah, there it is. Good afternoon, Board President Nigro, Superintendent Reichman, and members of the ASDB Board. My name is Karen Feldman. I'm the supervising teacher on the deaf side of the house in Region 3. It's that time of the year to conduct performance evaluations and offer contracts. As one of the agenda items for the board to discuss leadership contracts for the 23-24 school year, I'd like to give you some firsthand insight on the itinerant programs and the work that Jay Johnson's been doing. We were requested to provide feedback last year on Jay and senior leadership. However, we have not received a request this year for directors nor any other senior leadership to give feedback on performance. 2 years ago, the board moved to recommend, on the recommendation of the associate superintendent and superintendent, to create and hire a director of itinerant programs. Jay was hired. We were right smack dab in the middle of COVID, yet Jay hit the ground running and worked to start the redesign of the itinerant programs. His message was clear. We need to align our efforts across the state while making sure we do right by students. Jay diligently worked to learn about itinerant services and the needs of sensory impaired students. He's traveled from one corner of the state to the other. Change is hard, yet change for the good has happened. My entire career has been spent at ASDB. All 27 years of my teaching and leadership career has been with the itinerant programs. I've been a teacher and the last 20 years a supervising teacher. So I have lived and worked with the many changing faces of ASDB administration and the itinerant programs over the years. This is the first time as a supervising teacher that I've worked collaboratively with other leads and supervising teachers across the state. Various roles within the itinerant program have been tightened up. Processes and procedures that make sense and work have been implemented. Jay has been forward-thinking, supportive, while doing what's right. He believes in communication, leadership, and compliance. Jay hired 2 regional directors who are phenomenal leaders who support and execute the redesign. He's been doing exactly what he was hired to do. I don't believe the board receives unbiased, truthful reports on the work that Jay's doing or the progress of the itinerant programs. It would be a mistake not to offer Jay a contract for the 23-24 school year. All of the work that has been done will be dismantled. Before a decision is made about offering Jay a contract, please solicit feedback from the staff who work with him directly. Don't rely on the biased views of the administration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doris Waltman.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Reichman, President Nigro, and members of the board. My name's Doris Waltman. I'm one of the supervising teachers for Region 3. I've been employed at ASDB in many different capacities, from teacher to top administration. I have seen the agency at peace, and I have seen it in turmoil. I've witnessed change that has been poorly implemented, and when it has resulted in greater communication, effective change, and positive growth toward the future. I'd like to share my observations and experiences working through the implementation of the solidity of the itinerant programs under Jay Johnson's leadership. The board and the superintendent had a vision for itinerant services that would bring them together and move them along the same path with the same procedures and processes. Through this process, the itinerant services would provide excellent and consistent services statewide. This vision has been formulated, shared, and implemented through the outstanding leadership of Jay Johnson, the Executive Director of the Cooperative Programs. Jay has followed the 4 pillars of success that Superintendent Reichman established with the support of the board. As with any restructuring, progress can begin rocky with resistance from staff who do not like change. With consistent vision and wisdom, Jay has established excellent communication and relationships with staff and districts across the state of Arizona. There's clear communication shared that does not waver and moves the itinerant services forward toward a positive direction. Following the 4 pillars, this has resulted in greater team building, collaboration, and service to students. Staff from across the itinerant programs offer support and instruction to one another. Staff travel to different itinerant programs to provide services and support. This is due to the establishment of an organizational culture where staff are encouraged to collaborate and share their experiences and expertise. Jay has modeled this approach by demonstrating respect to staff with knowledge and experience in sensory impairment. Jay also carries out the 4th pillar of effective resource management. He streamlines systems of data collection and documentation. His vast knowledge of special ed law has led to greater compliance with IDEA statewide. All of our processes and procedures have been examined to assure continuity in implementation. His comprehensive accumulation of information has resulted in greater fiscal management across the regions. Jay has done exactly what he's been hired to do, align itinerant programs and services across the state. He's faithfully carried out the 4 pillars of success. Under his leadership, the itinerant programs operate cohesively and effectively. Jay has made me a great believer in the power of excellent leadership. I've seen changes and increased success in the operation of the itinerant program. There is much to celebrate and greater achievements to come with Jay Johnson as our director. If any of this is in doubt, please do not hesitate to reach out to the directors, supervisors, and the leads that work with Jay directly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcy Berenberg.
My comments, most of them have to do with continuing Annette Reichman's contract, and that I feel like it's not a great idea. She has not engaged with parents, as we have had severe concerns with child safety on the PDSD campus. When we have asked to meet with her, she has denied. She has said that things are out of her control and that things are within the board's hands. However, that is completely opposite to what the policies and procedures in online are. We have asked her for reference of what policies and procedures they're following in regards to these issues that we're having on the PDSD campus, and nobody will respond to that. She recently put out a letter stating that the ombudsman is available to help families who have concerns on campus, and we have reached out and got very minimal responses that we can only assume came from direction not to engage with us in finding resolutions to the problems. These problems are so severe that 3 kids on the PDSD campus have safety plans naming a teacher as an aggressor. That should never be the case. My son had to stay home from school for 4 days because the school would not determine what a reasonable distance would be for it. And when I was guaranteed he would be safe if he returned to campus, 2 other students went home in a complete emotional breakdown that same day. This should not be an issue on our campuses. The board has been aware since the beginning, and I realize that I didn't know the policies and the progression at the beginning. However, even with not knowing that, I feel like it was the right way because this issue is huge. This particular instructor has been allowed to torment children for years, and many, many people have come out. It is the PBIS Me Too movement. And nothing is apparently being done, or at least it appears not to be done. My son has come home from school and said they care more about the teachers than the students. That shouldn't be the case. He is a deaf student. This is the place where he should be. This is the place where he should be able to learn. I have learned that many students have left because of this and teachers similar to her. They bring about what the culture on campus is because she's in a leadership role, yet she has been retaliating against teachers who speak out against her. Leaders need to be able to accept some criticism. Leaders need to be honest with their staff, and they need to engage. This isn't happening for us. This isn't the first time I dealt with this with Annette either. Back in 2020 with the COVID policies, I complained about issues when things were in an English-only format, and she and Courtney ghosted me back then and then acted surprised when we went to the media. I was very forthright this time that I didn't want to hear any surprise when we went that direction. I know that there are teachers that are embarrassed to be working for this system now because it has become such a social media outrage and nobody has an idea of what's going on with it. No parents have felt updated.
Thank you.
Yeah, the remaining of the agenda items will be posted online. They were emails.
Thank you. Next is 1.04, information item, superintendent's report. Superintendent Reichman.
Good afternoon, President Nigro, members of the board, Assistant Superintendent Martin, Assistant Superintendent Cooper, and members of the ASDB community. Welcome to the January 19th, 2023 board meeting. Today, I am going to be giving a brief presentation on the state of the agency. I want you to know the year 2022 was a challenging year for all of us. If we look back at the beginning of January 2022, that is when we had the Omicron COVID variant increasing dramatically. We had many teachers and staff and students fall ill. And then, when we were back into the classrooms full-time, we discovered that our students, who are already behind, were even further behind because they were missing so many of the in-person activities within the classroom. And especially our younger students, the preschoolers, the kindergarten to 5th grade, those students did not have appropriate social, emotional growth and development like we expect from our students. So we have had some significant behavioral issues on campus within the 2022 year. It was challenging. We all know that we face challenges. But I would like to take just a little bit of time to talk about our accomplishments, because we do have some accomplishments from 2022. And I asked our leaders to send me their accomplishments they were most proud of in 2022, and I got so many. I can't list all of them here for you tonight, or else we would probably be here until midnight. But I did select a few of these comments that I would like to touch on and share with you, the board, to show that we, ASDB agency, and our leaders, and our teachers and staff have been working hard every day. We've been showing up to work, showing up for our students, our staff's there, our bus drivers are there, every day. Our people are committed to providing the best education and support for all of our students. So speaking of Pillar 1, that is effective communication and relations. And in 2022, we successfully hired a new ombuds person, and that is Donna Williams. She started last fall, and she has already been working with our staff, our teachers, and some other members of the community to provide them with information and support and mediation. So what you just heard, I am a little puzzled by, because I know that Donna is busy working. At the next board meeting on March 2nd, Donna will provide you with the report of her work and activities since she has begun with the agency. We have added a new agreement with school districts, and if you notice in 2022, from our last board meeting, you all approved 3 new school districts that are charter schools, and so we now have agreements with these. Our itinerant program is continuing to expand and serve more and more students throughout the state of Arizona. Lisa Yankarelli sent me her ideas, and they are going to be teaching a Braille, or they have taught, excuse me, interpreter error, a Braille literacy class to parents, and which we have never done before. So many parents took this online Braille literacy class and began learning the basics of Braille. So that way, they are able to help their children who are visually impaired with their homework. And then the fourth thing I wanted to say, connecting with Pillar 1, is that the Tucson campus has been working with the National Park Service in order to design the Anza Trail footpath. And that trail is right next to campus on the east side. And I think next week on Saturday, there will be some sort of celebration of an opening ceremony for the trail. And that is in collaboration with Tucson ASDB campus and the National Park Service. Pillar 2, one thing that you asked us to do, and we were able to successfully accomplish, is collecting data from school districts all over the state about their student assessment scores. Of course, this is for the students we serve. And so we've been monitoring our strategic plan report and the dashboard. You will see there on the dashboard that we have now collected data on itinerant students and their assessments. It is not for all, but we have enough. I think about half of the itinerant students that we serve. The ODD, Organizational Development Division, have been working with both campuses and teachers who teach grades 1st through 5th to learn how to teach and conduct assessments with the bilingual grammar curriculum. So that is teacher trainings that we have started as of last fall and will be continuing into the spring. And that emphasizes the BGC curriculum for our elementary students for both Tucson and Phoenix. We have done intervener trainings, and interveners are those individuals who work with our students who are both deaf and blind. And our deaf-blind student population is growing on both campuses, including 6 deaf-blind preschool students here at the Tucson campus. So we really have a need for more interveners. And so we will be providing trainings for them. Pillar 3. We are currently in the 3rd year of the Emerging Leaders Program. Currently, we have 23 leaders, emerging leaders within the program, and they all have different projects that they are working on. If you are curious and would like to know more about that, please ask, and I will be able to get together a presentation about what they're doing and how they are developing their skills. One example I can give you, I will give you a little bit later on.
We've established a language policy committee, and that language policy committee was established about a year and a half ago. So we were starting to have discussions about that long prior. And it has taken that responsibility very seriously. The committee has taken that responsibility seriously and taken the time to collect a lot of research and information from different schools of the deaf and finding out what their policies are and collect all that information together and figure out what is the best collection of policies that can be put together for us. So they finished the first draft of that report, and hopefully soon we'll be able to present that policy to the board to overview and approval. And that language policy, once it's established, that's not the end of it, it's the beginning. So it's the beginning of the process of how we can create a cultural shift that needs to happen to align with the language policy. And Pillar 4, as you know, we have had the sunset audit. In 2022, we had one finding. That one finding was that we needed to do a multi-year capital plan, and we've already gotten that underway in the agency. So I wanted to discuss with you about the beginning developments of that master facilities plan. And we're working on setting up a new student information system. Our current student information system is antiquated. It doesn't meet our needs anymore. So we've been working very hard to establish a contract with a new vendor, and we're going through that process now with the state procurement rules and making sure we're going through all of the vendor providers and trying to transfer that project to the new, pardon the interpreter, transfer the information to the new student information system. One more thing I would like to mention is related to Pillar 3, the organizational culture. One of our emerging leaders, Karina Johnson, developed a training model rather, with others on deaf sensitivity and awareness. And that training curriculum has been finished. And they reached out to me to ask me to start with the leadership team. Last fall, we already did start to plan a schedule for that cultural training to be provided in the spring semester. And you would have seen the email on this. February we'll have a 2-hour training, and in March, and as well as in April. So 6 hours total of deaf cultural training. And all of our leaders will participate in that training. And you are also invited to join us if you would like. Pillar 4, coming back to Pillar 4. One really creative idea in Region 1, in itinerant services, they recently closed their central office, and instead it was replaced with hubs. So that means that they have agreements with local schools and teachers who live and work in that area where they're working. They can go in and use those office spaces, those computers, printers, and equipment, and have smaller meetings in those areas. I don't remember how many hubs there are in northern Arizona, in that region, but it's a very unique way of approaching how we provide support to our itinerant teachers who live and work in rural areas of the state. So we'll see how that works. So now it's 2023, so looking forward, what will we be working on? We're already working on developing relationships with state legislators, the governor's office. We've reached out to state legislators and let them know what we're working on and what we need. We will have a meeting with the governor's office with David, I think, next week, President Nigro.
On Monday, yes.
Next week, I believe, Monday. Tucson and Phoenix campuses are looking at re-establishing the parent-staff organization. Phoenix has an active parent-staff organization, or had, prior to COVID. And when the COVID outbreak started, that was put on pause. And so now we're trying to reestablish that, get it going again. And we're hoping that the parent group will meet in February for that. So we're hoping to see that established as well in Tucson again. So Pillar 2 for this year. Some of our staff and teachers have taken training with the Arizona Department of Ed on PBIS, Positive Behavior Intervention Support. to learn how to provide more positive behavior supports to students in our classrooms. And that process, the PBIS system establishing, we're hoping to contract with what's called the BER. That's also part of PBIS. It's an approach to student behavior. So that the Assistant Superintendent Martin has been working on that, so perhaps he'll mention that in his portion. We will be working on re-accreditation. So 5 years ago, we got our first agency level accreditation from Advanced, that's called Cognia. So every 5 years we go through the process again of getting reaccreditation. And we will be focusing on school improvements. If you remember the Title I, we got that 4 or 5 years ago. It was a lot of work that we had to do to meet those requirements. It was in that process, and we're starting that process again. We're starting with the assessments. We're developing an education plan. So all the elements of that process are starting again. And we are actively looking at and discussing site plan, pardon the interpreter, CTE plans, and transition support from high school to post-high school. And as I just mentioned, deaf culture training, those will be happening. So I think I'm going to wrap up with starting the work on the master facilities plan, and also in year 2 with analyzing the compensation plan and staffing needs for the agency. So I just listed quite a few things, touched on different areas. That's not all encompassing. It's just an idea of the work that we've been doing so far, and we'll continue doing this year in 2023. So 2023 is going to be a very busy year, and I'm excited. There are very positive things happening in the agency, and maybe I don't do a good job advertising about all of those positive changes and saying, hey, let's look at all these cool things that we're doing. Maybe I don't do a good enough job of that, but I'm going to try to do better now. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to collaborate and continue doing this important work in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the superintendent? Okay, hearing none, we're going to go to 1.05, information item, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum Instruction Report, Assistant Superintendent Martin.
Thank you, President Nigro, Governing Board. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Cooper and Superintendent Reichman. We've been busy in the education sector. We have worked with our interpreter and went to a statewide model. Our educational and public interpreters are now under the leadership of Dr. Scarborough. This will hopefully allow us to reduce attrition, provide more consistent and focused PD for all interpreters across the board. And most importantly, this was an issue brought to my attention by one educational interpreter that would allow educational interpreters to earn additional pay with certifications. So Dr. Scarborough is actually getting that underway. There are some challenges and bumps, but she is dead on target. We have also in the itinerant area, led by Jason Lilly, Stephanie Johnson, and Rosie Hicks in DHH leads, we've been trying to rethink how to use teachers statewide. We This was echoed by all 3 regional directors to get away from looking at the itinerant space as borders. Our border, quoted by Stephanie Johnson, is just the state of Arizona. So we have come around the table. The DHH leads did an incredible job of how to look at geographically where our teachers are located and provide service to schools in that fashion. That serves one purpose, makes us a little bit more efficient, and it reduces travel for itinerant teachers, which is a very huge factor, and sometimes them leaving. That work has progressed. We are in phase 1 of that, and we will be moving forward. The feedback that we've received so far from teachers with the new schedule, they're actually loving it. For our schools and sites, BAR, I have been working with BAR. We have everything set up with the BAR model. We are now, the contract is with the procurement office, and so we're waiting for that. They will need a 3-week lead time for implementation. So as soon as we have the contract back, we will implement right away. That model is a very progressive model that helps teachers deal with students more respectfully and students deal with teachers more respectfully. So this is a model that we will use in both schools, the high school and middle school. We'll probably keep PBIS in the elementary, but that will be the principal's choice. We have hired, glad to say, we have hired a SPED director. We've recruited a pretty talented, eager SPED director. This is huge because this is the first time we've ever had a full-time SPED director, and we're a school with 100% SPED rate. We have a lot of internal candidates, and I want to say thank you. You guys made it extremely tough. We have also, I believe, identified as of today a SPED teacher to write IEPs for the PDSD campus. So as we onboard the SPED director, which will be July 1, she's currently under contract now, we will start re-envisioning and creating this SPED department for ASDB. Her and I have had some conversations, and we'll probably touch base little by little between now and July 1, just to kind of get the ground running. We are still moving with Portrait of a Graduate. That work is led by Mike Olivier. He is now working on focus groups and setting up a committee. There is also bumps in the road, some things that he had to recalibrate, but I am confident as to where he is. I have offered myself as well as other staff members some resources, but he is plugging away on it. ELP with Dr. Benedict, she is, she's on it. We will start meeting about restructuring, which I had to chuckle because I'm most excited about this work because they're little kids and they just get me every time. But we'll start restructuring ELP with her and her team, and she has some phenomenal creative ideas in how to do it. So we'll start that work. She's also plugging some of the holes in ELP that is needed before we actually can start that work. This is probably the case with our sites as well, the high schools. There are positions that we have to fill that prevents us from moving forward with some of the work. But we are making progress. ODD, ODD has been involved with a lot of tasks across the board. One is working with the regional directors, team building, working with the schools and training. They've taken on the LMS implementation, and ODD is when I usually call and say, hey, Orrin, I need you, he's there. Goals that I have coming up, and this is not an exhaustive list, I only have so much time, but we still have to get out for our sites, both campuses. Prior, the principals and I had planned this dream team meeting, but we have to go tour schools. I've also opened that up for itinerant directors as well. We still have to learn about what's being done and do it right. And then that focus that I kind of let people know that it is, we do this for the students and it's all about kids. That's all I have for you. Questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions?
It's me. This is Board Member Brittany. I'm Superintendent Martin, Assistant Superintendent Martin. I just had a question when I was reading through your report. You touch on the importance of attendance at the PDSD campus, up to and including that it looks like you guys might be instituting a new policy, up to and including a JPO officer, Vernon Powell. And I just had a couple of questions about that. First off, I'd really like to know if this officer is deaf himself or has had any training in deaf culture, if he'll be dealing with our students and our families.
I'm going to bring up our principal and let her give you some additional context on that. Principal Voigt.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for your question. He does not have any current training in deaf culture, but he will be attending the meetings with me, with the parents. And we're working side by side together, and he will be getting that training throughout as he works with our school.
I have a few questions.
Sure.
So
I'm here.
Don't run away. So I was reading, I kind of Googled through some of this program that it looks like that you're instituting as far as truancy and attendance. And it looks like up to and including that this officer could be going to the student families' houses and interfacing with them about their truant students. Is that correct?
Not at this time. All meetings will be happening at the PDSD campus, and that has not been discussed yet.
Okay, because obviously I have concerns that if he's going to be going out and he has doesn't speak ASL and doesn't have any training, we have a quite unique culture here, and that could very much interfere with that.
Absolutely. No, not at this time. He'll just be meeting with the families and myself, and I'll be running all of those meetings. He will just be present there with me.
Has he been working on our campus at PDSD for long, or is this a completely new to us hire?
This was brought on by the principal, the former principal, and I just found out about him, and I reached out in October when I first was appointed as interim principal, and I started my work then. He's met with myself. He's also met with the attendance team and the nurses, and we have established this relationship, and now we're moving forward.
Okay, perfect. And then I just wonder about the timing of enforcing truancy and absences. Right now, we're still we're just ended a huge pandemic.
Absolutely.
And this winter, my background is in healthcare. I'm actually a healthcare worker.
Okay.
So I have seen how terrible that this winter especially has been with flu, RSV, COVID, coughs, colds. And I just wonder how enforcing a very, very strict truancy policy is going to actually help our students instead of hurt.
Absolutely.
And I was wondering if you could shine some light on your thought processes for that.
Absolutely. Any medical reasons for absences are exempt. We do not hold that to the student or the family. We reach out with communication with our nurses to see how we can support those students and get them back here, and work with the physicians as well to make sure that we have a safe environment at our school when they return. We're talking about students who are truant in excess of so many days, where there's no medical reason present.
So by medical reasons being exempt, the student themselves would have to have a medical reason to be exempt. Is that correct?
Can you please say that again?
For medical reasons being exempt, the student themselves would have to be the person with a medical reason. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What about our students that maybe are not sick themselves, but maybe live in a household that have maybe a medically fragile person in the house? And, especially during this winter, it's been so bad.
I know.
I had a former medically fragile child myself, and sometimes we would have to keep my son home from school because it just wasn't worth the risk to my medically fragile child. And I feel like this can be very punitive, especially to families like like us, and I mean, our population and our culture is a little different than, say, my neighborhood school down the street.
Absolutely.
So I just have kind of big concerns about enforcing this and the timing of it
Okay.
now.
Okay.
And my other follow-up concerns are the fact that this officer may or may not be familiar, especially with our culture and our population that we serve.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I would be happy to sit with you more and discuss how we're moving forward and our action plan. I'd be happy to do that. I'd also be happy to also ensure all the documents that I have and working with the officer. And I also, when students are at home because they're medically fragile or they are dealing with maybe something like a family emergency at the house, we help students by providing technology to them, and then they're able to Zoom into our classroom as well. And also documents and resources are uploaded into their Google Classroom so they can access that education at home as well.
That's very good to hear. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Assistant Superintendent Martin? Okay. PB, sure.
Yes. Thank you, President Nigro. Thank you, board members, Superintendent Reichman, and Assistant Superintendent Martin. I have a few follow-up questions related to your report. First, I noticed that there was no mention of any additions or changes or comments, so I'm wondering what is happening and what action is being taken in order to provide additional support or resources for our principals on both campuses. Are assistant principal positions still vacant for both campuses? If they are still vacant, what is being done to help and really do active recruiting efforts for those positions? While they're vacant, until they're filled, how are those principals being supported?
Thank you, Board Member Jantz. Both principals still work with the principal coach that we hire. They have a schedule that they meet. That principal coach pretty much guides them along in what they want to do with the school, how they want to grow it, how they want to change it. My feedback to the principal coach is get them to imagine, get them to just go crazy in their thoughts. The AP positions are still open. I have to say the principals wear 1,000 hats and they move 1,000 miles a second. I do not say that lightly because I do worry about their stress. They have utilized their staff, they have delegated. At Tucson campus, Principal Waddell is rethinking those roles and wants to do it to make sure it fits where she's going in the future. So she's putting thought into all of her positions that she has open. PDSD, there's some other challenges that we're dealing with, but Principal Voigt also is recruiting for that as well. We have had no luck. We are now working with HR and our new recruiter. So we are, hopefully we'll start making some headway. I really would hats off because they could have taken just a warm body and threw it in that position and made their life somewhat easier. But they both chose to not go that route, do the additional work, and wait until they find the right person that matches their vision and where they're going. But they are still being supported by a principal coach who's a 25-plus year veteran principal and district administrator, and has coached principals for over 15 years.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Martin. I appreciate your comments. You mentioned the principal coach, which I am aware of, and I appreciate the appointment of that support system. And where do you fit into that support system for the principals?
I'm the guy by the side. I believe school it's the principal's canvas. If they have challenges or they have ideas, I'm there any time of day and night where they bounce ideas off of me. I also guide them as well, but I do not cross that line because being a former principal myself, I know what it means to be able to create and craft your school according to your vision. So I support them 120% in everything they do. And typically when they come to me with an idea, it's never no, it's let's figure out a way to make it happen. And they usually, I can say both principals, which I love, will outthink me. They're very creative. They're very, they're on point. So we have this relationship that operates in this creative realm. We think about not where we are, but where we want to go. And I do challenge and push them, but I have to do that very little. They are great in doing that themselves. They do want the best for their campuses, and they do have a heavy lift right now. Principalship is difficult.
Thank you.
Okay.
What resources are we providing to help alleviate the administrative burden on both of those principals so that they can focus on running their campuses?
Can you give me a little bit more context when you say administrative burden, Board Member Jantz?
Sure. So, for example, you are giving them an additional admin secretary perhaps. Are you giving them any additional staffing or assigning additional staff resources to them so that they can delegate some of their duties? What are you giving them, practically speaking, to help them have the space and the energy to implement some of their ideas? In your report, you mentioned that Jill is implementing PBIS with her leadership team, and that includes school administrator Jill Voigt, and that's the only name that I see. There's no other administrator or administrative support working this campus listed. And then you have PBIS staff who are already occupied with other roles. So what can you do to help both of the principals, not just think creatively and generate ideas, but actually have the time and space to implement those ideas, alleviate some of those administrative duties so that they can run their campuses?
Yes, PDSD, Jill Voigt is listed. There is staff that she has delegated that to because she cannot be in every place at one time. As far as support, we have a relationship. I understand and know what they're doing and why they're doing it. Typically, if they need a position or need additional help, they will reach out without hesitation and say, hey, George, I need this. And we go back behind the scenes and find a way to make it happen. Some of it is systemic organizationally, and we have to get people to think differently. But it's usually, I leave it to what they need, and I trust, and I have no reason to doubt that because they come to me every single time when they need additional support. As far as anything that the schools have that they need, we found out when I started that the schools were a little bit understaffed, and we've been chipping away at that. The difficult part is we just can't go get a gen ed teacher or a person off the street to fit our schools. We are, for me anyway, we're thinking about when we do hire some of these people, like the SPED director, they're ASL fluent, because we're thinking about the culture and the community. So they have, for me, every resource available. And that is when they say, we need this, what do you need it for, how we're going to use it, and then I figure out how to make it happen. And to date, knock on wood, we've done an excellent job at backfilling and getting these schools a little bit whole in that way. But it's driven by what they need. But I've never, ever had to say no to them. We've always figured out a way to make it happen. So I hope that answers your question, Board Member Jantz.
Yes, it does help. And so I'm wondering, currently, for each principal, how many admin secretaries do they currently have helping them?
According to the restructure, they will have 3 admins in each office. This restructure, and I'll let Assistant Superintendent Cooper, I think she's going to speak on her portion. But if the schools need something, this is the ground level of looking at how we can be more efficient. If there is a need, and I've shared this with both principals, if there is a need after we get through this restructure, I'm okay with going and fighting for it. And that's been the behavior ever since. So if there is a need, I'm not a fan. I am a principal, proud and true. I will fight for schools and what they need and staff them correctly, so I know them pretty well. And I know the systems and what they're dealing with. So we're getting through this restructure of the admin. Once it settles, if there is a need, I will not let them do without, because we have to get away from this cycle of we're just running around like crazy and people are burnt out and they're quitting and they're leaving. So we're trying to do this the right way with quality in mind and people in mind. So that's my focus, and that's what I will continue to fight for when they bring something to me. So.
Thank you, and I agree. It is one of my concerns. We have already lost a former principal, and as the board, I'm sure that we all, myself included, don't want to lose any more principals or any more of our leaders. It looks like we eat our principals, and I don't want to see that continue on our campus. So I'd like to make sure that they are getting the support that they need. To clarify, you said that there will be 3 in each office. Is that admin for the principals, or is that admin secretaries or assistants for the campuses?
Each principal will have a dedicated admin, and then there will be 2 additional admins that will service the office and the school needs. Again, if there is something that after that settles and they say, hey, George, we just can't do it, then we come back around the table. And this process happens pretty quickly when they bring it to me. And I'm pretty much a thorn in Assistant Superintendent Cooper's side, but we come to the table and we come up with a solution. And I agree, losing a principal sets back a school 3 to 5 years. And so it's devastating when you lose a principal because a lot goes with that. And that's where we are right now, is rebuilding in both sites.
Thank you. My final question for this specific topic, and I do have a different topic I'd like to address, but for this topic, my last question is, what plans or actions or comments do you have regarding to helping retain our current principals on both campuses? If you can't comment on that currently, I would like to see a potential action item on our agenda for how the agency plans to retain both of our principals for next year. Perhaps we can go into some more detail at the next board meeting. But for today, if you're able, I would like to know a little bit about what they're doing to help keep our principals that we currently have.
Yes, I will add something on there formally. I have thrown at both principals trainings that I have identified, development opportunities that I've identified. Both principals respectively said, George, we can't. We're swimming. We're underwater. We're trying to keep our sites going. And I gave them the comfort to say, okay. So there's been a lot that the 2 principals that we've set down, and our dream team, we have a lot of names for it. But I understand what it is to be a principal. I understand what it is to turn around schools. I understand what it means to go into school as a brand new principal and everyone's against you. I also know what it feels like to have support from an assistant superintendent that helps you grow and lets you make mistakes, as well as look out for opportunities for you, but challenge you to find them for yourself. So some of it is more spoken than written for me, PV, because that's something that's near and dear to me. I've been in schools where I haven't been supported as a principal, and I know what that means. And I've been in schools where superintendents said, you know, George, go create. I'm here for you. You can do everything but spend money. Everything else, go at it. So both principals, to me, they are the epitome of what a strong principal is. I've seen principals break. I've seen principals fall apart, throw tantrums, run out of the schools. The things that they're faced with are some of the things that I've faced over my career, and I've stood the test of time with it. But they have my full support. I will always watch out for them. Some of it will be informal because our relationship is very informal because that's the space they live. For them, it's all about people, school, culture, and they balance and juggle. So I will put something down formally, but I'll develop that with both principals because I do want their input on what they need. I will suggest everything for them and anything, but I leave it to them to also look into it and say what's right. And they have no issues with saying, George, we don't like it. But thank you for that, Board Member Jantz.
Thank you. And like I mentioned, I do want to see some more detail in your report for the next board meeting regarding specifically what will be done, what actions will be taken to ensure that we are able to retain those principals for the following school year, because I think it is critical that we do so. Now, the other question I had was on a different topic. This is related to the Bedrock vocabulary curriculum. It says that ODD staff continue to develop interactive dual language vocabulary instructional materials for elementary classrooms. Can you clarify what you mean by dual language vocabulary instructional materials? So does that mean that they're developing which languages in terms of the dual language approach?
I'm going to bring up Oren from ODD to provide more context.
Good evening, Board and Board Member P.B. Jantz. So with the BGC curriculum and the Bedrock, it starts first with ASL, of teaching the concept and the word in ASL. Once that's solidified, then it moves to English, the written English.
Okay, thank you. So that means when a teacher is teaching in ASL, they're just teaching ASL, or are they also teaching structure? Are they teaching grammar? Are they teaching the use of handshapes, the 5 parameters?
So the details of this would be better answered by Tina Schartzer and Michael Olivier, as they're the ones doing the training. But what I can tell you is that it does start with American Sign Language. It does take the hand shapes, it takes the grammar, and it treats ASL like its own language. As soon as the concept is learned in ASL, then we move over to English. We look at the spelling, and we look at the grammar of written English. To clarify, it does respect both languages. It tries not to intermix them, but to truly start in one language and then move that concept over to English.
Thank you. So again, to clarify, you mentioned Mike, correct? And I'm sorry, who was the other individual?
So we have 3 people on the ODD who are helping when we look at anything that has to do with literacy and language. We have Michael Olivier. This is his first year working with the team. Very excited to have him, as he is an expert in the BGC. He's done it out in Boston and now is here. We also have Tina Schartzer here in Tucson, as well as Rose Andriacola. They are both veteran educators They teach me on a regular basis about ASL linguistics. 3 phenomenal experts that we have set up to be in positions to truly help get this curriculum up and running, and that it's done correctly and with fidelity.
So those 3 are they directly teaching those students in this dual language model?
They are not. So what they're doing is they're helping create materials. And then Mike has been going in and working with the teachers directly.
Okay, so again, to clarify, we have materials and an individual going in to assist teachers. And are they kind of in and out of the classroom assisting, or are they focusing solely on assisting teachers all the time?
I think both. With the BGC, there are some materials that have been pre-created out of Boston. We've identified in the last couple of years that there's a lot of holes as far as materials that need to be there to support the curriculum. Tina and Rose have been working, Lordy, I'm trying to think, it's even pre-COVID, so easily for the last 4 years, and trying to create materials. With Mike on board this year, he is also helping create materials, but he is going in and working with the teachers either when requested or when time permits.
Okay, and so who's providing the formal ASL instruction portion?
When the BGC is being taught to the kids, that would be on the classroom teacher. They would be responsible for the curriculum.
And are those teachers meeting requirements of ASL fluency?
That is a good question. Prior to COVID, we did start working and trying to get every teacher to have a formal ASL assessment so we could see where they were scoring and what things had taken place, what we could put in place to support them. That did lose some steam during COVID. This Monday, myself, Michael, Rose Andriacola, and Chrissy Voyer, who is doing some consulting work for the agency, will be meeting with an individual named Molly, drawing a blank on the last name at the moment, about the VCSL, I believe, training, and putting that in place to assess staff's ASL proficiency. The reason that we're doing that instead of the ASLPI is that from what we've understood, is that with Gallaudet, there is quite the backlog of trying to get them to come in and evaluate ASL proficiency. In meeting with Molly, she has a plan of how we can train internal staff to be assessors. Once we have staff who are trained to assess, we can expedite it. We won't have to worry about Gallaudet. We can do it on a much quicker basis. That meeting, is actually perfect timing that you mentioned it, because it's taking place on Monday. As soon as we have that in place, we can discuss how many evaluators we need and what's the best way to do it in the agency so nobody feels that there's favoritism being given. So, for example, could it be that Tucson staff evaluates Phoenix evaluates Tucson? All of that we haven't thought of yet. We're just at the beginning of discussing how would we do it, what it would cost, and then at that point, we'd approach the superintendents with it, and hopefully get the green light to make that a reality for the 23-24 school year. That would be a good question for the principals. I believe that we have one ASL specialist on each campus as well as an ASL teacher. But if I'm incorrect, okay. So for the specialist, there's one on each campus.
And where do they fit into what you've just been describing regarding ODD developing materials, distributing and training, and providing support for teachers?
Okay. So we do have a BGC meeting every 2 weeks. The ASL specialists are part of those meetings. They tell us what's going well. They tell us what they're seeing, what materials they believe need to be in place, areas of the curriculum that might not be moving as fast as they would like or that we would like. So every 2 weeks we do have a meeting from 8 and 9 in the morning where we discuss what's going on, look at the data that's collected, and then come up with additional steps on what's needed. So those ASL specialists are part of those meetings every 2 weeks.
Okay. Thank you, Orrin. I'm giving me a lot to think about, and I'm trying to create a picture in my mind of what all of this looks like. Where I'm struggling, what I'm struggling to understand is if you have those things in place, why are ASL skills not improving on either campus?
I think we need to, one area that we're hoping to do with the BGC is that this is one of the first years that we're collecting data from both campuses to see the vocabulary improvement based on the Bedrock vocabulary lists. In a future meeting, we can share with you what we have so far, and we have seen some great gains in some classrooms. In the classrooms that we haven't, that's where we get to ask really good questions about what additional supports are needed. It's that old saying of, is it a can't do or a won't do as far as the implementation of the curriculum? But this is the first year that we have been collecting data across both elementary schools and getting close to 100% participation. So when you, I'm trying to think of how I want to word this right. When you're saying that the ASL is not improving, I'm not sure that we're all looking at a constant data point and a constant assessment to make that decision. I'm hoping with the BGC, we can start using that, the assessments that come with that, as the indicator to collectively either say, this isn't working, what do we need to do? Or it is getting better, and that's why we need to keep doing it and putting additional supports into the BGC and the bilingual curriculum.
Okay. I think you answered exactly how I anticipated that you would. And I did pose the question as a bit of a challenge, so thank you for providing that expanded explanation. My only concern with your answer is in reference to data, and you are correct that we don't have a full picture of the data at this stage. COVID did have a significant impact in that area, and I know it has been a struggle. However, I do think you're correct. There are some areas where we might be seeing a can't, and others where we might be seeing won't. So, with that in mind, with one ASL specialist on each campus, is that sufficient? Are you documenting how much time is dedicated to formal ASL instruction and formal English instruction? What about other students whose households speak other languages such as Spanish or native languages? Are they receiving a similar approach and similar supports, or is it exclusively ASL and English at this stage?
Right now it is exclusively ASL and English.
Do you know the population of students whose home language is Spanish?
We do. We actually have that. assuming that their language intake form when they come in is correct, we do have a very large population of students where their home language is Spanish.
For our blind and visually impaired students, are they being taught a dual model using English and Spanish, for example? What does it look like for blind and visually impaired students?
Okay, so the BGC is not being implemented in our blind school, our school for the blind. Any additional supports that they would have would come from that. It's called the FLOTE, PHLOTE. It's the home language survey. If they've been identified as on that float for not having English as the primary language that's used at home or their first language, we are required by law to give them what's called the Azella test. We continue to do that, and as part of the findings from the Azella test, it is up to the school and everybody involved with that child to really focus on how to improve their English skills. And that's a federal requirement. That's not an Arizona thing or an ASDB thing. As far as using something like Spanish from the home language to support their learning, that would be more of a bilingual approach in using Spanish in order to learn academics. And that really hasn't been the emphasis here at ASDB, at least in the 6 years that I've been here.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time and your knowledge. I'm grateful for the team that you have put together, and I would like to see some more information about that growth.
Yeah, thank you. As you're aware and the board's aware, there is no off-the-shelf curriculum that we can get for ASL that's aligned to the Arizona academic standards, which means that this small, faithful team that's within the ODD has to build almost everything from scratch. We're very great. When I started, there was nobody. I'm very thankful for the support that we've had with Superintendent Reichman to see the need and to continue to build that team larger and larger, because it's necessary. We can't. We have to build everything, because you can't. Pearson doesn't have anything. None of the major publishers offer something in ASL, which means that it has to be homegrown. We are, and I apologize, but we are also working with other schools that are using the BGC to try to partner with creating materials. We've had multiple conversations, and by we, I'm talking about Mike, Tina, and Rose, have had conversations with the Hawaii School for the Deaf, as well as other schools that are using it, to see if we can collaboratively fill all the gaps in the materials so we're not all doing this independently.
Thank you again, and I'm so sorry. I think, Linda, did you have a comment as well?
No, we can move forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We're going to move on to 1.06 information item, Assistant Superintendent of Agency Operations and Support Services, Assistant Superintendent Cooper.
Good afternoon, Board President Nigro, Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendent Martin, and members of the board, ASDB community and staff members. Each of the directors have provided to you their departmental reports. There is no additional information that has come forth since those reports have been provided to you. As we continue to strategize and roll out our changes to maximize resources in the agency, while at the same time meeting our mission and vision in alignment with Pillar 4 of the strategic plan, I wanted to just give an update on a few major projects that the directors and I have been working on. The first project consists of the administrative assignment realignment that we've been working on with each of the administrative assistants, which started in the fall of 2021, where we began reviewing the structure of our administrative support staff across the agency, which consists of over 35 individuals. At that time, it was determined that many of the administrative support staff tasks could be completed through a centralized shared service model. Through that shared service model, we identified tasks that were either being shared or duplicated across various departments, and we determined that a lot of that could be substantially eliminated from each of the individual support tasks that each of the admins were doing. And so we've identified quite a bit of inefficiencies. We've determined an increase in need of providing more customer service and also looking at how to better streamline our processes. In addition, we have been focusing on centralizing and consolidating some of the administrative support staff with the intended outcome of ensuring that those processes are optimizing and providing better agency support to ensure that we are effectively making sure that our students are being served. I'm glad to say that we actually finally completed phase 1 of the project. So again, we started in the fall of 2021, and now we just completed phase 1. We were able to fill almost all of the centralized support service staff positions, and those are housed within my area, which is at the Agency Administration and Support Services. We're now looking at filling the educational administrative support positions and realigning those positions in addition to filling those that have been vacant. So we've also identified a more structured approach in how to standardize when a principal or a director comes and asks for an administrative assistant. Historically, we've just approved the request, and that is why we had got to almost 40 administrative assistants across the agency. And as I mentioned earlier, we've now identified a standardized structure, some of which Assistant Superintendent Martin had already discussed. For example, with the principals, we've determined that there's 3 administrative support staff, one which would consist of a registrar, one an administrative assistant directly supporting the principals, and then an administrative secretary. So that's just one example of the area that we've looked at. We also had administrative assistants that were actually working with the student information system. They've traditionally been called administrative assistants, but we have looked at identifying and reclassifying those titles to registrars, since they actually do the work specifically with the student information systems. So we hope to have phase 2 completed by the end of this month, and then we'll work on the final phase of that project. The other project that the directors and I continue to work on is the compensation restructure, which you heard a lot about last year. We actually looked at grade 9 and below staff. We've increased their salaries. We continue to look at how we can ensure internal equity and external competitiveness across the agency, not only looking at recruiting, but also retaining staff. And this is also in alignment with the workforce analysis that we're looking at, making sure that we do have staff and student ratios that are working more optimally across the agency. In addition to us looking at now grade 10 and above, we are also looking at various salary schedules across the agency and determining how we can either combine or modify some of those salary schedules. I have already have staff reaching out to me and asking me when we expect that project or phase of the project to be completed. We don't expect that to be completed until probably May or July, when we will bring that to the board for implementation for effective school year 2024, contingent upon board approval. So as Assistant Superintendent Martin also mentioned, we've been busy working with our newer recruiter that we hired within HR. We also have identified and hired a consultant to help and identify ways on how we can improve our recruitment efforts. And so that's just to give a quick update on a compensation restructure project that we've been working on. And over the next few weeks, we'll actually be gearing back up to work with the auditors, which will be back here in March as they begin their 6-month follow-up test work from the sunset audit finding and recommendation. And so we'll be working on that. We just had our hearing this past week with the House, and that was pretty successful, in addition to when we met with the Senate a few weeks ago. There are no other updates that I have at this time to provide.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Assistant Superintendent Cooper? Okay. Here. Okay.
I'm so sorry, President Nigro. Thank you for your patience. I do have a quick question for you, Assistant Superintendent Cooper. In your report, you mentioned food services and the expectation for ADE review and needing to collect some additional information. I'm recalling a few board meetings ago making a request of wanting to see some student input on their thoughts and feelings about the food and whether or not they're satisfied with our food services. Do they eat the food that's been provided to them? Do you have any information? If you can't speak to it right now, are you able to provide information as to whether our students are eating and satisfied with our food services, or should we change vendors if they're not satisfied?
Board Member Jantz, I will ask that our Director of Operations, Albert Duff, come up and provide more context for you.
Thank you for that, PV. Yes, actually, we do collect a lot of informal data just right off the service line, also seeing what is eaten and what is not eaten. A lot of times what we see is in the trash can tells it all. In addition to that, we also have global bites and some other tasting evaluations where we expose students to new tasting options, and then we incorporate those into the menu.
So on average, what percentage of students are liking and eating the food as compared to not?
Well, every palate's a little different. And once again, that would be each meal. So as they look at, once again, I know it seems kind of informal, but going through that trash can and deciding that most of the students threw this away, that's whenever those items are actually removed off the menu, and then we don't do that again. We also work with our vendor to try and keep that varied within our palette. We also have to meet a lot of special dietary restrictions that do restrict some of the offerings that we have. So what we are planning to do as part of our health committee is actually sending out information not just to students but also to parents within, we're hoping by the end of the school year, so that way we can collect from parents their input of what their students are saying whenever they come home, whether or not they like the meal, whether or not they don't, as well as out to staff members within our agency to gain their opinion as well. So that is part of the health committee, which is also part of policy. And so we will, as part of that administrative review, have to enforce those policy recommendations.
It is 5:30, so we do need to take a break for the interpreters, so we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, President Nigro.
Yeah, we're ready to come back now. It's been 10 minutes. So hello, everyone. We're back now into our meeting.
Okay, we're starting the meeting now, everyone.
Yeah, if I could have everyone's attention, we're going to resume the meeting now. Don't make me use the gavel. So we are back on 1.06. So we're back on 1.06. Are there any additional questions for assistance? Use the gavel? Use the gavel. The gavel appeared here today. I didn't ask for it. It just appeared.
Why don't you give it a hammer?
So we're back on 1.06. Are there any further questions for Assistant Superintendent Cooper?
Yes. This is Board Member Dance. I did have a follow-up question for Mr. Duff. I apologize, Mr. Duff.
Not a problem.
Thank you. One thing that I've been thinking about and would like to make a possible suggestion on this, is there any way to potentially set up any kind of QR code or quick poll or a survey where even during lunch that students can get their lunch, eat it, scan the QR code and give a thumbs up, or give an immediate thumbs down, or a neutral, it's a meh for me today. Something like that. If there was a way to use a social media approach to it, using QR codes or something like that to get quick and instant feedback, we may get more engagement for student feedback if we use that route. I think that live data may help provide more of a comprehensive picture. Some students, because they struggle with food at home, will show up and eat because they are hungry. It doesn't necessarily mean that they like the food that's been provided to them. There are some people who come and do not receive any food because they already know that they simply don't like what's offered. So it doesn't even show up in the trash, they just skip the meal completely. And so I want to make sure that students are not skipping meals, that they're encouraged and that their active participation is included. So something, just a thought, if possible.
Absolutely, we can definitely look at that. When we first rolled out the transition from in-house to contracted services, our primary focus was two items, which was one, compliance within the NSLP program, and second, food safety, making sure that we're meeting the dietary restriction requirements of all of our students, that we don't put anyone at risk. So those were our first two items. Obviously, higher participation rates or improving food quality of what is wanted within those, for example, surveys. Those are obviously things that we would like to get onto, which is right now we're focusing on that administrative review for compliance, which we're very excited about in order to make sure that we're fully compliant with the federal program. And then absolutely, once that is complete, we can definitely take a look at how we improve our surveying of our students regarding those items. What I will say, though, is that prior to the food service company coming on, we saw an average participation rate normally in the 80s, which is actually pretty high for most food service programs. Bringing on the food service contractor, we actually see participation rates in the 90s. So we did actually see an increase in participation underneath the food service company, and those are submitted as part of our reimbursement. So that's how we're able to track that information. So we are seeing a little bit higher participation, which to me would suggest that we are seeing more engagement within our student population within our food service program. There's also just quite a bit of a change of administration. This is my first real year kind of looking at food service and bringing on a new food service director as well. There was a lot of change in that management and change in the direction and the thought process of food service. And so we're having to build Rome, and that isn't done overnight. But we are definitely making those first critical steps with compliance and food safety.
Great, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. We can move on to 2.01, action item approval of the consent agenda consistent with board policy to include items 3.01, 3.03, 5.01, 6.01, 7.03, and 7.04. Is there anyone that wants to remove anything from the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
President Nigro, I would like to make a motion to remove item 3.03 and 6.01 and 7.03 specifically, policy JLDA.
Sorry, so say that again, 301.
Yep, 3.01, or sorry, 3.03, 6.01, 7.03, specifically JLDA.
Okay, so what's left? 5.01 and 7.04, is that it? 3.01 is okay? I thought I heard that he did.
6.01, 3.03.
Okay.
Yeah, 3.01 is still on there.
Oh. All right, so 3.0.
So just to clarify, it's just 3.03, 6.01, and 7.03. Specific to that is JLDA.
Okay.
All the others, good to go.
Right, we have to do it by agenda item, so it all comes or goes as one. Is there, so you made a motion to remove those from the consent agenda. Is there a second to that motion?
I second that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Any opposed? That would be me. And any abstentions? No.
This is Colette, I abstain.
Okay, thank you. All right, so do we have a motion to pass the rest of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Folks on the phone?
Aye.
Is that Lillian?
And Colette.
And Colette, okay. That was Colette. All right, any opposed? And that passes, okay. So we're going to go on to action 3.02, action item approval of new district agreements, Assistant Superintendent Martin.
Thank you, President Nigro. We have one contract in Region 3 with Florence Unified School District.
Okay. If there are no comments on that, I move that we approve that. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Then we're going to go to 3.03, approval of additional out-of-state student travel. Assistant Superintendent Martin or PV, did you have any comments on this?
So I move to approve 3.03.
Okay. PV, did you removed it? Did you have any comments on it? No.
No, no.
Okay. It was only okay. It was only for the purposes of abstaining from this.
Is it in second? I second.
Okay. All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Quick question. This
Yeah.
is Board Member Bove. I'm a bit lost here.
Yes.
Could you please clarify for me? So we removed it from the consent agenda.
Correct.
My eyes cannot follow it. My eyes aren't what they used to be. I'm
Sure, yes,
absolutely
we-
not following as fast as you're moving.
We removed it from-
Why was .03 removed and now we're voting on it? I'm just a little bit confused.
Okay, so when we remove items from the consent agenda, that means that we talk about them specifically. It's typically because a board member wants to talk about it or make some statement about it or ask a question. So we still go through it, we still talk about it, and we can still approve it. We just do so individually instead of all at once. So we typically put general housekeeping matters and consent agenda, things that are generally going to be not controversial, so that we can expedite the meeting and get through housekeeping items more quickly. If a board member wants to pull them off, they have to ask the board has to vote, like we just did, to pull that off and then discuss it individually.
Right. And so now we're talking about 3.03.
Yes, 3.03, this is the approval of the additional out-of-state student travel as noted in the agenda. There is some documentation there that describes the out-of-state travel that's proposed, and now we're either going to vote to approve it or not approve it.
Okay. So just for procedural purposes, if a board member decides and makes a motion to remove that and has no comments, what does that mean for procedural?
It doesn't mean anything. I think that it was done for the purposes of abstaining from this vote, if there's no comment or question, but I don't know because we'll finish the vote in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
Oh, no, anytime. And then any no? And any abstentions? And PV will abstain.
Right. Abstain.
Of course. So now we're going to go to 3.04, information action item, class 4 proposals for early intervention for children who are deaf and hard of hearing. So this one, let me take a drink of water. So we all know the history here. We have seen this issue arise. This is now the fourth and fifth time that this issue has arisen, once with Flagstaff Unified in late 2018, early 2019, again with the early learning or the preschool contracts that we talked about back in May. And now with two contracts on, I'm sorry, the third and fourth time, now in the two contracts for early learning. We had two contracts with early learning providers that provided services to early intervention 0 to 3 to support language acquisition for deaf and hard of hearing children in the 0 to 3 bracket. That discontinuation of services was set to end in January of this year. The parents were notified in late November. We all received a number of emails about it. There were 42 families that were affected by this, 42 children and their respective families that were affected by this. Again, the same fact pattern that we saw back in May, where the superintendent chose not to proceed with these contracts and not replace them with with other services or alternative services. And these are supplemental services. These are not services that are done in performance of the IFSP. These are kind of above and beyond the services that are provided in the IFSP to support language acquisition. Language acquisition is a big part of Pillar 2. It's so big, it's right underneath Pillar 2 is language acquisition. That was a goal that we set as a board. We've made the agency aware that that's a key goal of ours, is to support early language acquisition, because that is, in many cases, the root of issues that we see down the road. So we want to make sure we get children that are in that critical stage of development for language, in that 0 to 3 range, and make sure that they get the support they need to acquire language. So we had these contracts with these two providers, again, performing these supplementary services. Now, the parents, and rightfully so, were angry when these were discontinued. I think the board was not aware that they were going to be discontinued until they were. The first we heard about it was the emails from those parents, and all those emails were exactly the same. My child is doing great. They're acquiring language. I see progress. We have a great time with these services because we're seeing that our child is progressing, and we have some hope. We were notified that the state is not going to be supporting this anymore after January 1st. And we're told that these providers charge thousands and thousands of dollars, and that's not something we can afford, and our child is going to suffer because of that. And I would have written the same letter. You have to remember, I'm a parent too. I've filed OCR complaints, multiple ones. I've filed state complaints. I've done it all for in support of getting school districts to comply with various laws relating to this area of education. So certainly, I feel quite a bit for these parents. And we asked the superintendent why. Why this is completely by surprise. And no, by the way, back in May, we changed our policy LB, and we said if you're going to terminate or not renew, that you're going to let us know. You need our approval because this has happened too many times before, and that you're cutting down these services. So the superintendent wrote to us, all of us, and said, well, and on January, I'm reading from the email that we received, that on January 1, 2021, ASDB entered into a new IGA with AZIP. And in prior years, AZIP provided a small amount of funding to assist ASDB in sending families to these two providers. Being that this practice, because that that money was reduced, and now I'm paraphrasing, AZIP stopped providing those additional funds at that time. But the family's going to continue to have their IFSPs served because that's what we're legally required to do. We're just not going to do the above and beyond work. The superintendent didn't believe that she canceled or not renewed the contracts with these providers because she believed that she just allowed the contracts to expire. Notwithstanding the fact that in response to these complaints, the superintendent did extend these contracts for another 5 months through the end of May of this year. I think just to satisfy some of these parents for a short period of time. But just forget that happened. But at the time, she told us that she didn't consider her actions to be a cancellation or a non-renewal. But nevertheless, we're in a situation where we have services that have been taken away. And by the way, if that reasoning is funding, I just don't accept that. We have plenty of money. In 2019, the superintendent and others went down to the legislature and testified for additional ECFE funding, early intervention funding. There's a nice picture of Superintendent and former President Sims and Governor Ducey, getting this $1.6 million in recurring funding. That first came through a telecommunications fund. It's now folded into the general appropriation. And we talked about all the language acquisition efforts we were going to do with this money. But apparently, we still get that money. That's folded into the general appropriations. We still have it. Where's it go? Not here. It's not being used to support these services for these children. They're going to go away by May. I was happy to see that contract was extended for a few months, and those children are going to get some more services at least until May. So there's not quite the urgency that we had, last time in May when the services were cut in, May, and there were 3 families that in August had to find new schools for their children. So, why are we here after having the same fact pattern happen 2 other times before, and now it's happening this 3rd and 4th time? I don't know. That raises broader questions. But, for now, and in this agenda item, the way to solve this, to support this, or to support our families in early language acquisition, again, these are children in a critical period of language acquisition, 0 to 3, is to direct the superintendent to issue an RFP for early intervention services for deaf and hard of hearing in the ages of 0 to 3. We can tell her to do that. She'll go through the RFP process with the same services that we had in the previous contract. And if whoever providers in the state want to, reply and go through that process, they can. They don't have to. They can just, maybe they're frustrated with us. Who knows? but that's the answer. So that's where we are. That's why we have this item. I would like to, at this point, move that we direct the superintendent to issue an RFP for deaf and hard of hearing children aged 0 to 3, using the same criteria that was used in the past, in the previous RFP, that small in the contracts that these providers used. So there is a motion on the floor, but if there's any discussion or questions, we can certainly do that.
I have some questions. I'm curious as to whether or not our early learning program has the capacity to be doing some of this stuff on campus. I would also like to see that if we do provide that directive to Superintendent Reichman, that we include that providers need to come in and be Part C approved.
Why would you want them to be Part C approved?
Because I think we actually have more staff on campus currently that have the skills to provide these services. And why would we contract out if we've got the capacity to do it internally?
Well, I don't think we have any, right? I mean, when we had this talk in May, we were told that the agency had no LSL certified personnel, and the closest one was at least 18 months away, and that was in May of 2022, was at least 18 months away from getting their certification, and the others were 24 to 36 months away. So we don't have that now, and the outside vendors do, at this time have that.
And I'm not sure that that is the case with both outside vendors.
And that's, I mean, I believe that it is, but that's something to sort out through the RFP process.
This is one more chance.
Mm-hmm. Suke is, I think Suke is also the floor.
I still would like to have the ability to know whether or not our staff feels they have the capacity to take that on in-house.
Okay. You understand, and again, just the point, the same point that I raised, again, I don't want to rehash May again, that was a 3-hour meeting just on this one point. But you should understand that it costs the agency far less to use the vendors than it does to produce its own programming. As the vendors told us, Deanne Chapman came by from Desert Voices about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, and showed us pretty clearly that the agency, at least in those existing contracts, paid about $7,000 a year for those services, and it cost them somewhere around $10,000 or $11,000 to put those on. And that's the case. That was also the case as we saw in May with preschool. There was a difference of between $26,000 of the contract rate and the actual cost, which is about $32,000, and they go out and they fundraise the rest. So, I mean, we certainly can look into that, but in every other area that we've looked in, and even in May when we did this direct comparison to our preschools, because we run a preschool too, and it costs us $40,000 a student. That was one of our questions, right? Why are we canceling a contract for a $24,000 preschool that's costing, that the community is subsidizing, the state is leveraging the community generosity to get a $32,000 education. But if we were to do it ourselves, it would cost us $40,000, right? That's the difference. So that's not any different here. The numbers are less. It's not a full-time preschool. It costs much less. It's again around $7,000 a year for that existing contract. I don't know what the new contract would be for if we had one. Sure.
Suki, did you have more? Okay. I'd like to start with verifying the points. It seems that you are selectively choosing certain facts and ignoring other critical components of the facts presented to the board, and it is important to know within context. So, for example, you mentioned that we asked why those services were removed. Who's we? Who asked for that explanation of why those services were removed?
You got the email that I did, and that's the email, that's the explanation. You got it back on December 12th.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking who is the we that asked for the explanation? You said we asked for an explanation.
I mean, I don't know who else asked. I don't know who Superintendent Reichman. I didn't ask her to send this email, if that's what you're saying. If you're asking me, did I say write this email? I did not. I don't know who else talked to her. I don't know who talks to her. But she sent the same email to me and you and everyone else on the board.
Okay, so why are you saying we? You don't actually know that it's a we. It wasn't necessarily a word request. The language used here, I believe, is critical in context. So that's why I want there to be clarification. When you say we, who are you referring to?
I would think that the board would wonder why. I don't even know why you're asking this question, to be honest. The superintendent gave us an answer as to why. Well, yeah, the board didn't ask because we didn't have a meeting at that time.
Okay. The point is, you said that we, when you were speaking as board president, ostensibly representing the board. So you and the president just said that the board didn't actually have an opportunity to ask or have that conversation. So again, who is we?
This is ridiculous. PB, this is pure. Don't waste our time, please. If you have a serious point, you make that point.
Good afternoon, President Igo. I am now choosing to use my voice because of the autism that is being displayed during this board meeting. It is regretful that I am needing to use my voice to ensure that you are willing to take the time to listen to my points. We, as board members, especially the staff board members, have taken the time to listen to your comments. We ask for the same to be done in return as equal participating members of the board. And it is regretful that I must utilize my voice to ensure that we are being heard on equal footing. So, I want to emphasize again, the public comment was made saying we are to the community that the board collectively asked why. And that is not the case. That is not true. I understand you have some comment. I want to finish all my points of discussion, and then we can continue with your responses. So, at this point in time, we've already addressed the why, and we've already established that we as the board did not ask that question. So I make sure that's clear for the community. My next point here that I want to discuss is on pillar number 4, that the board has directed ASDB to conduct with to maximize the financial resources, and that includes utilizing an in-house service. It is my understanding throughout the history of ASDB that we have been building our in-house services to provide the most efficient and most effective means of educating the children that we serve. And that includes language acquisition. One specific program that shows the exemplary success with that attempt is the Zero Birth to 3 program. And that program has not only just grown, it has exploded. So now I'm wondering, if we have these in-house services, why do we need to contract these services out? We built that internally as a board directive to the executive leadership team. They have done that. Why do we need to contract that service out? Because we are now paying for our internal in-house services as well as for external services. We're now double dipping our funds and spending them when we should be doing that in-house. If there's a specific case where we can't provide that service internally, we should be considering that on a case-by-case basis and providing appropriate education to that specific student when identified and needing to be addressed. That leads to the next point. These 2 specific vendors and the parents who are complaining about not receiving services from those vendors are not approved as part of Part C for early intervention program. They don't meet the state level requirements for that program. Why would we contract out to 2 vendors that don't even meet the state requirements, and we can provide those services in-house to begin with? That just doesn't make sense. That does not align with pillar 4. You made the comment that the agency had plenty of money. I do not recall you as the president of the board ever sitting on the finance committee, and I can assure you that board member Gordon and myself, and previously Aaron Wonders, have sat on that finance committee meeting. We do not have plenty of money. If anything, we are facing a $60 to $70 million hole because of all the infrastructure issues we are facing, the campus issues we are facing, the transportation issues we have been facing. If you recall, the last few board meetings, we had Assistant Superintendent Cooper talking about how we needed $800,000 just for transportation. If we can't come up with $800,000 or $900,000 for transportation, why in the world would we contract out these services? That does not make sense, especially when we can provide everything now. Now, I want to also emphasize here again that the comparison that you made with other boards is not relevant here, because when we contract out services, those vendors, according to state procurement law, can pick and choose which students they choose to serve. So if they have a student that has very high needs that are expensive, they don't necessarily have to serve that student. We do. That increases our costs internally. So if you do a fair comparison, it's not possible. So you say, for example, that the cheaper to contract out our service, the reality here is we are mandated by state and federal law to provide all of the services and the resources and the services necessary for free and appropriate education for that student, for all of the students that come to ASDB. Now, for a vendor, they have the contractual right to deny certain students that they feel they cannot provide services for, and therefore it makes it look like, on average, they are paying or charging up less per student when that's not the case. Another thing that I want to really point out here is you specifically stated that the superintendent chose to not renew the contract. State procurement law does not allow her to choose to renew the contract. It expired at the end of 5 years, and state procurement law requires the superintendent and any state agency in a similar situation to go through an RFP process. It's not simply a matter of saying, hey, we're going to renew the contract. No, you have to go through the entire procurement process. I don't know what your experience is with the procurement office. What I can tell you is, as a state employee, I have sat through numerous state procurement meetings. I have sat through numerous contract development meetings. They are not quick. They are not fun. They are not entertaining. And if you are wanting the board to take on the responsibility of requesting the superintendent to do a specific RFP or an experiment on an RFP, then we as board members need to take a state procurement training to be able to go through that process. We as board members would be required to ensure that we are aligning with the state procurement law. We cannot just blanket say, hey, I want this RFP to say it's so and so. I don't want the RFP to say it's so and so. That's not how the state procurement process works. That is why we are paying for an executive leadership team. Let them do their job. We don't get paid to go through all of those details. So I would really appreciate it if, as a board, not only can we have this discussion on equal footing, but also with equal and mutual respect and understanding. We can disagree, that is fine, but that does not give you or any other board members the right to say something is ridiculous or to belittle another person who is trying to express their opinion, especially in a minority group's opinion. I also want to highlight the fact that with your actions and what's been happening, especially in the previous board meetings, that you are talking to understanding not only to another female board member, you are talking to understanding to a adult member. And, you know, it's interesting and ironic to me that what we have going on here is we are a board that focuses on students with specific disabilities, deafness, blindness, vision impaired, deafblind. And if we as a board are showing the community that it's okay for board members to treat each other this way, why are we modeling to the staff of the agency? Is it okay for them to treat their other members this way? Is it okay for them to treat their students this way? Maybe that's why we're having to work on that issue. So at the end of the day, please, I ask, let's have this conversation respectfully. We can respectfully disagree, but let's be factual about it. Let's be truthful about it. And let's make sure we have the record straight and give everybody the time on the appropriate platform to express that discussion equally. That's part of the job as a president of the board, and to ensure and facilitate this conversation happens with respect equally. Thank you.
Are you finished, PV? Finished? Okay. So here's the situation. The statement, if we were to direct the superintendent to do this RFP, She does it like any other RFP. The board's not involved. She does RFPs all the time. What she did here was she didn't do another RFP to renew those services. And she didn't tell the board that she wasn't going to do it. She just didn't do it. Nowhere in her prior reports did she mention, oh, by the way, this RFP that we've been doing for a while, I'm not going to do it anymore to get this new contract. That's what she did. She did extend the contract. When I say extend, what did she do technically? She worked with state procurement to get a, emergency contract for 5 months. That's right. What's the effect on the families? The effect is, all of a sudden now we have this new contract that we can still get these services. You mentioned providing FAPE. We don't provide FAPE to 0 to 3. No one provides FAPE to 0 to 3. IDEA it doesn't. IDEA Part C applies to those. These are 0 to 3. They get FAPE when they age to 3. So we can direct the superintendent to do this, and she'll do it like any other RFP. She does RFPs all the time. The agency does RFPs all the time. We have tons of contractors, and it would be fine. And whoever answers, answers. Whatever vendor answers, will answer. And all of that goes through the agency. Again, we have a whole department that does that. So there is a motion on the floor already. Is there a second?
Can we just review what the motion was? I'm sorry.
The motion was to direct the superintendent to issue an RFP for 0 to 3 deaf and hard of hearing children using the same criteria that were used in the previous RFP that resulted in the 2 contracts that were not renewed or lapsed or whatever term you'd like to use.
Before I feel confident in voting either way, there seems to be some debate on if we can provide this in-house or if we cannot provide this in-house. Is there somebody that we can have step down and tell us for sure that we provide this in-house?
We certainly can ask. I do know that last I was told by the agency, we don't have the same personnel, the same certifications that these 2 agencies provide. So, we have certified teachers of the deaf, but we don't have the certifications in this listening and spoken language. Yeah.
We can have someone come to speak to it as board member we can ask. I would love to hear that as well tonight in terms of an updated report rather than is there someone in-house who can speak to this right now?
I would think that'd be Superintendent Martin or Kendra. Is Kendra here?
Dr. Benedict.
Oh, there you are. Oh, Dr. Benedict, yes.
Good evening, President Nigro and board members, Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendent Martin, and Cooper. I can answer whatever questions you'd like. I'll do my best to answer them. I do not have a presentation prepared for the evening. More than happy to do so at a future date. What can I answer you off the bat?
This is Board Member Buchanan. I think the first question is, do we provide LSL in-house?
We provide LSL services at the preschool level. We have teachers at the birth to 3 level that are trained in that as well. Actually, more in LSL than ASL, to be perfectly honest. So yes, but it's more than that. It's also that even these providers, and they will tell you, as well as PCH, Phoenix Children's Hospital, they do not have providers either. There are waiting lists pages long for services across these providers. And so in response to this, what I can share tonight is that we, meaning PCH, Zimmerman, Desert Voices, the Ear Foundation, we have gotten together, and Lila Solson with Ear Foundation has submitted a grant to the Arizona Community Foundation to, for the next year, work on building the state's infrastructure to have skilled individuals in LSL available not just at ASDB, but at PCH, in private practices. ASDB by ourselves cannot solve this problem. And this group believes strongly that this needs to be a community effort if we want it to be sustainable. And so Superintendent Reichman and I and others worked with state procurement to come up with some mechanism by which we could continue to support these families in the short term while we work with this group to come up with something for the long term. The result of this planning committee, what we hope to then see, is to be ready come next spring to the Early Hearing Detection and Intervention, EDDI, the state EDDI coordinator will submit a grant to, an additional grant, the same grant, it's the board maternal and, help me out here guys, do you know what it is? I can't recall offhand, I apologize. But it's the same grant, I believe, that supported us during COVID when we had all of the technology provided to support our birth to 3 families from a virtual platform. And so if we're able to get that, then we can continue to build a sustainable infrastructure across the whole state. Right now, only children in Maricopa County are privy to these services. Nowhere else. Not in Tucson, not in Flagstaff, not in Colorado City, nowhere. And so we see it as very important to have these services available ongoing in every part of our state. And that is our goal as a group. And that is what has resulted from all of this, which I see as a very positive outcome.
Dr. Benedict, I know back in May, you told us that we didn't have any LSL certified staff. Is that any different today?
They are trained in LSL strategies. We put out an RFP, and Oren, you can correct me if I'm wrong here. We put out an RFP a year ago for LSL trainers, for individuals to come in and certify and work with certifying our staff. No one in the community responded to that RFP. No one.
Right, so we still have 0 certified staff.
No, we still internally are working. No, we have 1 certified LSL staff who is formally working with 3 to 4 other individuals and who are, like you said earlier, who are on their way to full certification. I don't have it in front of me, but Desert Voices and Zimmerman would say that they too as well have individuals working toward their certification. They just don't exist. They're not out there. And there aren't even that many programs across the country that support certification in that. There are very few. And so that's why we need to look at this issue on a broader level. And then what we're hoping to do is the work that results from this committee of PCH, Desert Voices, Zimmerman, all of us, we hope then that can provide a model for building additional services in other communication modalities, whether that be ASL, whether that be cued speech, whether it be augmentative and assistive technology for our children with multiple disabilities. We need to be reaching all of these populations all over the state. That is our job as ASDB, and that's what we're endeavoring to do with our community partners.
And Dr. Benedict, I know that you're working with these community partners towards a more sustainable solution. That's great. These contracts are usually 1 year. They're granted, and then they're 1 year with 4 extensions, right? So if we were to do an RFP, and again, those families have those services through BASE, so we have a bit of time, and I know that the agency can expedite things, and state, ADOA can expedite things. If we were to get those in place, assuming that whatever vendors reply, if we were to get those, and in a year we've all agreed on some sustainable solution that's different, or that takes a different form, or that requires a different RFP, or whatever form that takes, we can have a plan, we can transition to that new sustainable model, and then we can not renew the potential contract I'm talking about in a year or 2 years or whatever that period is. And then you can come to us, and you can come to the parents and say, here's what we were providing. We've realized that there was some, we can improve that. Here's our new model of what we're going to do. Here's our sustainable model. And these are the services you're going to have, and then transition those students to the sustainable model. So we don't have a discontinuity of services to students who, again, I mean, they age out, right? You know, if you're one, and then you have a year of disrupted services, and then you get something else when you're 2.5, you lost out on critical time, and we don't want to do that for our children. So, in other words, if we were to do an RFP now, that doesn't commit us for 5 years. It commits us for a year at a time, and we can plan for a transition to whatever the next delivery model is.
This is Sukay. From a procurement standpoint, we could continue with amending, or not amending, but extending the current contract for another year without doing an RFP. We've done that already.
Well, we've done the 5 months, right? Right. I mean, we can renew and not renew, and you throw these terms around, and it depends on who you talk to. But can we do another year? I think that you can. Annette might tell us that you can't. I don't know the real answer.
Fine dealings, just from my experience working with procurement, if the need is there and we are anticipating that we are going to try and do this for a year and have something else than RFP'd, they will extend that. They will renew that for that additional time. How long have we done that with the DES with?
Yeah, this is Mike Gordon. Thanks for your insight towards the global issue, being that there is a shortage amongst ASDB staff and the community providers, which makes eliminating contracts even more difficult, certainly in a very quick decision, seemingly to the extent that we have impassioned families reaching out to us, by the tens, maybe dozens, telling us that they've had such good success with a community provider. And now that's over, obviously, with, for some reason, not having the confidence to immediately feel that ASDB will provide the same level or ability to. So when you talk about a community effort to reach the full state, that's the kind of work that needs to be done. A 5-month contract impracticable, that's a unusual length for sure, and not enough time to get something through procurement. So I don't quite understand what that's about. Those can be extended from what we see, but primarily because procurement can't get them done in time. So they have to be extended. It's not a matter of trying to make it better, it's trying to get it even straight. So I see this issue, and it's obviously coming from a lot of different angles, but having a community provider, being a director of a private not-for-profit from a community provider, if we get a letter saying that our contract's ending and find another agency for your people, that's a difficult spot to be in. And that's, to some degree, I think what the issue is here, is that this has kind of occurred before, that these contracts have ended quickly without a lot of discussion that we're having right now after the fact with a level of passion. So I think if we have the opportunity to glean the information that you and your focus group, or however you want to call it, can provide, combined with the efforts of ASDB possibly, with even by default extension of a contract impracticable, then that might be worthwhile in the overall run of things. But when I do receive emails, as we all have, God knows we've received emails on multiple issues, when we hear from families that don't know what they're going to do immediately, that causes problem to me, because we have talked about no student left behind when we talk about 3 or 4 students, not 42 families. So how are we going to resolve that in the short term or in the longer term, particularly when you say, as we know in the blind community, there's a shortage of providers. There's a shortage of qualified teachers and service providers. So I welcome and appreciate what you say to give some clarity to a discussion that is multifaceted.
And if I may take this opportunity to respond to Board Member Gordon, I appreciate your comments. And I do want to publicly apologize. It had been the intent to get this information out much earlier in the semester. I was in and out intermittently all fall for family reasons, so I take that onus. When we foresaw that the news wasn't going to be shared as early as we had wanted, we inquired as to whether or not we could do any sort of extension because we knew that the 5 official extensions were out. We were told no. Okay. And then we were subsequently, after some additional research that SPO did, found this means by which we could do this, the not practical to quote. And so what we have been told to this day is that we would have to go out for RFP. Maybe there's something else, I don't know, but that's the information we've been given today by the people that work with us at SPO, and they've been very helpful through this whole process. And so I was happy that at the last hour we were able to find at least something for these families, but I do want to publicly take onus for that and apologize.
Well, yeah, and I wasn't directing towards you that communication issue. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Dr. Benedict.
Thank you, President Nichols. Dr. Benedict, if you could please clarify. Or excuse me, I would like to clarify. I don't believe that you need to take onus for this. I am a state employee as well, and this is a systemic issue. This is not something exclusively with ASDB or with yourself. I work for a very large state agency, and we deal with several thousand contracts. And we see the same people and the same issues. And as Board Member Gordon mentioned, and he has experienced as well, he and I have had conversations about other contracts that we've been very frustrated with these situations. Unfortunately, what you experienced and what the community is experiencing, what President Nigro and the board are seeing, is unfortunately pretty typical for the state procurement office. And I do know that there are several high-level administrators who have mentioned from different state agencies that they have similar SPOs on their jet list, to be frank. So please do not take onus for this. This is not yours to own.
Thank you.
And that is just the reality of the state procurement system. It's not outstanding, and we will work through it the best way that we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Benedict. The situation here is it's unclear to me at this time how much further we can do the not practical to quote contract. I know that we run through May. I'd like to, if we can direct the superintendent to extend that further until we have a more sustainable solution, then I would like to direct the superintendent to do that. If the route for that is RFP, which coming into the meeting, I thought that was what we needed to do, then the route for that is RFP, and then we cannot renew it at one point. I mean, to be clear, we should be providing above and beyond service to our families. We should be focusing on language acquisition in that critical period. If we're going to replace that with something else, that's fine. Once we're providing a service, we're not locked into that service forever. The reason the board is so concerned about that is that if we're going to change the service or discontinue it, we need to be involved in that decision. That has to be communicated to the board, and we have to understand what the transition is, how we're still going to support those students if the programming, the services that they have are going to change. Because we don't want to leave students behind. We don't want to feel like families are being left behind. We don't want families to be in that position where their child loses critical development time. So, again, because it's unclear to me at this time, and I don't think we have our appropriate attorneys in the room to tell us, and they can't anyway because we haven't agendized the executive session, I can modify the motion that's on the table, which has not been seconded yet, to direct the superintendent to perform, to move forward with the RFP as proposed, and if possible, procure those services in the as practicable vein, unless and until other suitable services or transition services are identified.
Before we move, I have a question, one more question.
Sure.
Since we are not the ones that do the RFP process, and it is our superintendent or assistant superintendents that assist with that, do they have any comments to us about how the RFP process goes, or what? what their opinions are about what would be the best case scenario for this.
This is Superintendent Reichman. At this time, if you all want to continue these contracts, then it would have to be through an RFP. That is the only way to do that. So if you would like to provide supplemental services to families who have infant children from 0 to 3, here in Maricopa County, then that's what we have been doing, those supplementary services. So if you do really want that to continue, then the RFP process is the way to establish that moving forward, to make sure that the services are continued through the beginning of a new contract for the next 5 years. The reason that I made the decision to take that off from the scope of work is because I wanted to focus on the finances and the IDEA, and focus on the financial funding, the funding of IDEA Part C, and approved services. So the contract that we have for those deaf and hard of hearing students would not align with IDEA Part C, the requirements. They do not align with the Arizona Early Intervention Program. And we want to align our services with ASDB. And so the purpose was not for financial reasons. The decision was not made, against those two providers. We are talking about focusing on the services we provide and aligning those with the federal and state requirements. That is all. We can provide supplementary services. I do not think that's the best use of our funding, but at the same time, if you all vote to support ordering me to do the RFP process, I will do that process. And we will reestablish the contract for the next 3 to 5 years. Do that.
I will recognize Board Member Bove in just a moment. I do want to clarify that when Superintendent Reichman says that these vendors are not ASDB certified, she means that the hours that are expended of their services do not count towards service hours in the IFSP. And so that's what she means. Nowhere does it say that we can't provide additional services. In fact, Superintendent Reichman went down to the legislature back in 2019 and secured $1.6 million in ECFE funding, early intervention funding, 0 to 3 funding, that did not have any strings attached to it. It's now part of the general appropriation. That money does not have any strings attached. It doesn't say that we have to spend it on IDEA Part C services at all. I don't know where that's going. It's part of the general appropriation. Actually, I have an idea of where it's going. But it's certainly not being used to help early education in these contexts with these vendors. So we still get that money. We ask for it. It's on a recurring basis. And again, we spend plenty of our general appropriation other places, which we'll get to later in the meeting. Board Member Bove had her hand up.
Yes, I raised my hand for a point of clarification from both Superintendent Reichman and President Nigro. The potential was changing it or issuing a contract for 1 year, but Superintendent Reichman just said 3 to 5 years. Are we stuck with that term, or can we decide a 1 year term? Would an RFP process be acceptable for a 1 year contract, if you could clarify?
Board Member Bove, this is President Nigro. The way the RFPs have historically been done have been for a 1 year initial term and then 4 1 year extensions. So we could end it at any time in 1 year increments. And the idea would be that when we have replacement services for those families, we would be able to end the contract and transition those students seamlessly so they don't get delayed and they don't lose time to whatever the new services are. PV?
Thank you, President Nigro. I want to clarify with Superintendent Rankin and also President Nigro. You mentioned some specific things that I'm not entirely clear about. Superintendent Rankin, from your perspective or in your opinion, could ASDB transition those services from those two current vendors to internal ASDB services if the parent chose to do so without issue?
We already do provide those kinds of services within the home. Dr. Benedict talked about, can speak to that better than me, but those types of services are already happening in the homes. The two contract vendors are not services that happen at the home. Parents have to bring their children to a center in order to receive services there. So that would be the difference.
Thank you. If those two vendors chose to somehow align themselves with Part C, could ASDB then partner with them and use those services, use those contracted vendors for supplementary services?
Theoretically, we could. Would you like to add anything, Dr. Benedict?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to state that if it is voted on to go out for RFP again, that we do not want to put out the exact RFP that was put out 5 years ago. Things have changed, and it wouldn't be relevant, and so I would at least ask for that to be considered, that we're able to review that and update it before it goes out.
Dr. Bennett, what in particular would you change?
Because the way it's written right now, it is seeking AZIP Part C services.
Oh, got it.
And that's not what we're seeking here.
Right.
We updated the RFP as, for blind, visually impaired services that went out in October, November. So I would want to update this one as well, but to reflect more accurately what we're looking for.
Right. These would be supplementary services. They don't count towards hours, IFSP service hours.
Right. And I do, again, want to publicly acknowledge that Desert Voices and Zimmerman are great at what they do, and we have an excellent working relationship with them. This is nothing to do with any sort of unrest there at all, and we're continuing to work together very well. And our providers will continue to share with families that they are resources in the community, just like they share that our deaf mentors are available and a whole array of services in the community and within ASDB.
Dr. Benedict, before you run away, I have a follow-up question for you. For these children birth to 3, if ASDB were not to provide these supplemental services, how would these supplemental services be offered and or paid for families?
Great question. So they can obtain them through CRS. They are short on providers. Zimmerman does not accept access, so they have to go through their own insurance. Okay, we could have private practices like Zimmerman's. They could accept access to allow for more access for families. Also, if AZIP would support us contracting our own speech language pathologists, because AZIP's viewpoint is they have speech language pathologists on the team. But of course, as we all know, most of them, and they would admit that they don't have a background and expertise in deaf and hard of hearing. They would readily admit that. So either we push for more speech language pathologists with the agencies that AZIP contracts with, or we push for AZIP allowing us to have speech language pathologists that are part of the team.
So another follow-up question, a little bit less specific to our population. So for other birth to 3 services, where would parents get those services if it wasn't specific to this population? Where would they go for other birth to 3 supplemental services for whatever that disability, mobility instruction, whatever?
Mm-hmm. So depending on, again, what the family's needs are, that is what our providers, as well as the entire early intervention team. Arizona uses a team-based approach to early intervention, so we are not the only ones working with families. They're assigned a service coordinator. There are multiple related service providers on the team depending on the child's needs, and they work with the family to connect them to community resources. We used to function as service coordinators. We don't any longer because we wanted to, and this happened before my time, but we wanted to focus more on our direct work with families and not the coordination of services. So it is the service coordinator's job to be that social worker, and there are social workers as well on the teams, on some children's and families teams that connect them with those services. So that is their job. That is what they do.
So they could potentially, back to our population, they could potentially get these LSL services through Children's Rehabilitation Services, Phoenix Children's Hospital. The big caveat here, I guess, is the fact that the providers that we're contracting with don't accept, or at least one of them don't accept access for payment, which would prohibit some of our parents from being able to utilize those services.
Right, and I want to be very careful. I don't want to get into talking about anyone's business model or how they're choosing to run their business. Desert Voices is a nonprofit. They rely on fundraising. Zimmerman is their own private medical type practice and can make their own decisions as to how they want to run their businesses. So, I don't want to speak to that. But yes, theoretically, yes, those are the individuals. But again, they are lacking providers as well.
Yeah.
So.
And these are supplemental. These are not what we are required to do.
Unless we would be allowed, unless ASIP permitted our speech language therapists or the contractors in other regions that have speech language therapists had these qualifications.
Thank you for the clarification.
David?
Yes.
Shana, how much are these contracts annually? I know I have that information.
Between the both of them, they're probably about $150,000.
$150,000 a year for both providers?
Yes,
combined?
together, roughly.
Okay. So a little more than, not even $15,000 a month. Okay.
This is a board member vote. How many families is that surveying again? Those 2 contracts, how many families are they surveying?
This is President Nigro, 42.
Okay, so we're looking at $150,000 for those 42. Thank you.
Correct.
This is Board Member Buchanan. I know, David, you referenced the $1.6 million that we were awarded in 2019. Do you remember what that $1.6 million was specifically for?
It was for ECFE, for our early learning program.
It was specifically for early intervention and for vehicles for our agency for our early intervention.
We actually got more money for that. So that first year, we got, I believe, $400,000 on top of the 1.6 as a one-time fee for fleet maintenance and fleet capital. And then, but that was one time, and then the recurring amount was $1.6 million. I believe that came through the Telecommunications Fund the first year, and then in subsequent years, it comes through the general appropriation.
Okay. So if it goes through the general appropriation, it's just for my general understanding, it's just for our agency and how it runs is no longer just specifically for early intervention, or is it specifically still for early intervention?
Well, when it comes through, and Shane is probably the better person to answer this, my understanding is that it comes to the general appropriation. I think that we tend to pay some of the early education teachers' salary from it, along with other funds, with the ASIP funds. Is that correct?
Yes, and I do want to clarify the 2.07 that we did get in 2019. The one-time funding was $470,000 to purchase up to 21 vehicles. The remaining 1.07 was, yes, to expand the early intervention program, but it was to hire up to 21 staff. So it was intentionally to bring on the additional staff. Unfortunately, with the 1.6 million, the ERE was not incorporated into that amount, so we've gone above the 1.6 million. We have incorporated that, yes, into the general fund, and it is ongoing to fund the payroll for up to, I believe, 16 staff that we have within the Birth to 3 program. So that 1.6 million currently is specifically for payroll.
So currently that 1.6 million is not just for early intervention that we could use for these contracts specifically.
The way the verbiage was written, and Maria Murphy can probably help clarify, that was before my time when that submission was provided to the state, but it is, again, for payroll for the staffing to expand the Birth to 3 program.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, again, we have the motion on the table to direct the superintendent to enter into or to issue an RFP, or in the alternative, extend under as practical contract with certain vendors until either the RFP is successful and or the more sustainable option that Dr. Benedict had mentioned comes to fruition. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye, Lean. Okay. Any opposed?
Can we please roll call for the vote?
All right, let's roll call. Suke, can you roll call? Nope.
President Nigro?
Yes.
Brittany Buchanan?
Yes.
Lynn Davison?
Yes.
Linda Bowe?
No.
Colette Chapman?
Yes.
Mike Gordon?
Aye.
Lillian Lee?
Yes.
PB Jantz?
No.
And myself, no.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next, we go on to 4.01, Information Item Finance Report.
Good evening, Board President Nigro, Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendent Cooper and Martin, and members of the board and ASDB community. I will try and keep this short. I apologize. Our most recent Finance Committee was held last Thursday, January 12th, with board members PB Jantz and Mike Gordon, as well as Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendent Cooper, and Director of Agency Operations Albert Duff. Mr. Duff did a presentation on the agency's capital improvement plan and capital review committee process. We also discussed the November 22 and 21 financial reports. Provided to each of you is the same financial information, but in a more condensed version. The total student count for December 1, 2022 was 2,090, a decrease of 40 when compared to December 1, 2021, total of 2,130. The students in the MD and MD-SSI category were separated further by their primary eligibility of VI, HI, and deafblindness. You will see a reduction under MD and MD-SSI, while there is an increase in other sensory impairment and deafblindness. As of December 1st, we had about 492 FTE, which includes 8.5 FTE from FBC. At that time, we employed 717 staff. Only 139 of those are full-time with a 1.0 FTE. There are currently 134 vacancies across the agency. The highlights of the November 22 financial report show the revenues of $15.6 million was $1.5 million lower than November of 2021, revenues of $17.4. The major difference is we received the October voucher payment of $3.8 million in December this year, while it was received in November last year. The budget fiscal year 2022 expenses of $24.3 million were $3.7 million higher than budget fiscal year 2021. The increases are a result of the 10% salary increase, as well as moving staff to a minimum salary of $14 an hour. Contracted services, including transportation, FBC, one-to-one nurses, and repair and maintenance, including ADOT agreement and the new student information system and billing software. The $350,000 transfer to ADOA in budget fiscal year 23 was for the food service equipment capital improvement for both Phoenix and Tucson campus. The major difference in the programs is the regional cooperatives. There was $125,000 in professional services that was encumbered last year in November for voucher reimbursements, and it was not encumbered until January of this year. If there are no questions, this concludes my report of the agency's financials.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kim. We're going to go down to 6.01, which was a consent agenda, approval of public interpreter pay schedule changes effective January 21st, 2023. PV, you had asked that this be pulled. Do you have any comments on this?
Yes, thank you, Board President Nigro. I would like to ask some questions to Anita Pyatt, please. Thank you. I just have a quick question in relation to the pay scale. It says for trilingual ASL public interpreters, $10 increase, but I don't see any mention or comments on training or requirements or determination. How do you determine whether a person is certified for trilingual? Is there some sort of qualification that you require for that trilingual?
Yes, there is certification that's required. Did you want clarity on how that is paid, or because it's added to the current certifications that they already have?
I maybe have overlooked it. I'm looking and I don't see where it says the requirements for a trilingual interpreter. Could you show me where on the pay scale that is? Is that a different document perhaps?
No, that's the same document. However, our pay schedule is driven off the certifications that you currently have. And so, and I don't have that document in front of me, so I would need to pull that up. But I'd be happy to send that to you. Do you have it?
Can I add a point of clarification? I don't think you're understanding the question.
Okay.
We see the certifications for ASL. I think the clarification needed is what are the certifications for having that third language?
Oh, for are you talking like the foreign language, like yes. Spanish? Yes. So
yes. Thank you.
That would be the certification requirements that we have for foreign language would be years of experience and or FLIT testing.
Okay, thank you. So to clarify, you don't require an interpreter to have a specific training for that third language specifically?
There's not a training. It's the FLIT testing that they have to have an 80% or higher passing score.
There is training and certification for
yes.
trilingual interpreters. I do think it's important that we pursue and have that reflected if we can. That trilingual interpreting is a very, very, very challenging skill. I want to make sure that we have qualified interpreters who are appropriately recognized and are able to provide that trilingual interpretation with the certificate.
Let me let Dr. Scarborough clarify on the trilingual training.
Hi. Thank you. I was trying to wave down from the side. So I did work with HR to try to establish some sort of baseline for that requirement, since there is no state baseline for trilingual certification, anything like that currently. So what we have established is we start with ASL licensure as our requirement, and then from that we have added our Spanish requirements. So that's what we use as our baseline. So we do have both of those two as our guidelines for requirements for trilingual interpreting.
I have a question. This is Board Member Bowe, but a question for you, Dr. Scarborough. If their RID requires some sort of requirements for trilingual certification, would you be in compliance with that if they came up with something like that? Or is there any other certifying body, for example, the BEI, that's based in Texas? Both are recognized as certifying bodies, so they can certify that interpreters have that training expertise. Is that potentially something we could look into, both of those certifying organizations, to see if we can use their requirements?
Yeah, I'm actually glad you brought that up. That's definitely something that we would like to look into. Since there are no current requirements in Arizona, we haven't followed anything like that. But that is something that we would definitely start to, as long as we're always wanting to be in compliance. And we're wanting to go above and beyond, obviously.
Thank you. This is Board Member James. Thank you. I appreciate your comments. I would like to go ahead and make a motion then to pass and approve this pay schedule for public interpreters with a formal request to continue to evaluate potential additions in the future, and a separate requirement for trilingual, whether it be training, licensure, or certification recognition.
Okay. I'd second that. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? And any abstentions? Okay. Now we're on to 602, action item, consideration and possible action of John Counsel's appeal to the board pursuant to ARS 38-431-03A1. The board may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public for the purposes of discussion, consideration of employment matters as it relates to this agenda item pursuant to ARS 38-431-03A3. The board may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public for discussion, consultation, for legal advice with the board's attorneys. So we've gotten...
So moved.
Oh, well, there's no movement. I was just reading the agenda item. Yeah.
I would then move.
Oh, then
we go into executive session.
To move. And before we take that, I just want to clarify, we are not reaching the merits of this case today. The issue before us under our own policy is very simple. It's a procedural question. There does need to be a hearing to hear this appeal. And our policy allows us to appoint a hearing officer from the Administrative Office of Hearings, or we can do it ourselves. Doing it ourselves would mean we'd have a special meeting. We would have to go through all of the procedures set forth in the policy to allow this appeal to be heard, and evidence to be introduced or excluded, and then produce a report of findings of fact and conclusions of law. Or we can appoint a hearing officer. That hearing officer would, who's a professional hearing officer and does these things, would then hear the appeal. They would take all the evidence. They would exclude things as needed. They would produce a report of findings of fact and conclusions of law that they would then produce to the board. And then at that time, we would take that report and discuss the merits of the case and make a decision, as allowed by our policy. And I can give you that policy name if you like in just a moment. And that's really the question for today, is that procedural aspect. Later, when the board does have to make a decision on the appeal after the hearing occurs, we might have to have a special meeting. The hearing has to have at least 30 days notice, so even if we gave notice tomorrow, it couldn't happen for at least 30 days. And then once the report is generated by the hearing officer, if we choose to do a hearing officer, we have 20 days to render a decision. So this may or may not be done by our March meeting. We might have to call a special meeting to meet that deadline, depending on when the hearing is, and that's just really, we can't determine when that hearing is going to be for today. If the board would like to go into executive session, we certainly can. But really the decision today is procedural. It's whether we appoint a hearing officer to handle the hearing and then we deal with the report, or if the board is interested in conducting the hearing ourselves. So there is a motion. There could be another counter motion, but and just so you know, the policy is, oh gosh, let me see. It's G. Just so that you know PV, so if you want to look at it, it is lengthy. It's GCFQRB, GCFQRB. It is a kind of a lengthy policy, but that's where we are. So there is a motion there.
This is Board Member James.
Yes.
I believe because we have a motion to go into an executive session and we do have a second from Board Member Bove, can we procead with a vote for that?
We can do that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And the folks on the phone, Colette and Lillian.
This is Colette. I oppose.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Colette. I abstain.
Thank you. Because I would move that we appoint a hearing officer to take this hearing.
I second that.
Okay. Are there any in favor of appointing the hearing officer? Aye.
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 Lillian?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I would be opposed.
Okay. And any abstentions?
I'll abstain.
Okay. All right. So for that matter, we've now appointed a hearing officer, and the agency will work with that. Or we've appointed the hearing officer. The hearing officer will reach out to Mr. Counts and handle the appeal. When that report gets to us, the agency will distribute it to us. Again, that's we'll keep that of course confidential. And then again, we may need to call a special meeting depending on the timing of that to discuss it. And then at that time we can go into executive session and discuss whatever needs to be discussed at that time. Next is 6.03. This is going to be another long action item, so get ready. Information discussion item, discussion of the current leadership team contracts for the 2023-2024 school year. Pursuant to ARS 3843-103A1, the board may vote to go into executive session for the consideration and discussion of employees.
Before you do that, we're at another hour.
Oh, yes. So let me finish reading this, and then we'll take our 10-minute break. The board may vote to go into executive session for the consideration and discussion of employees in current leadership positions and the issuance of leadership contracts for the 2023-24 school year. Pursuant to ARS 3843-103A3, the board may vote to go into executive session for discussion, consultation, for legal advice with the board's attorneys. Again, because it goes into personnel, the employees have the right to have their discussion out in the open. So I have that list with me. If those names are discussed, I don't know what Superintendent Reitman's going to tell us, but she'll tell us in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Microphones are hot now.
Are they on now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I know we're missing a couple board members, so let's just wait till they get back, but I would like to start when we can.
Units to come in color after we do this, because we have some internal processes that does not allow us to require authorization. So I gave them ideas and a general concept of how we can work around that, and then I will implement it to make sense. But the concern that I have now is
No action. Yeah, we're going to go in and then come out just for the people who opted out, if she has anything to say.
No yawning allowed.
I know.
No.
I was I don't want her to feel like he doesn't know that start off somewhere.
Oh, yeah, I brought a heavy cup. You have two? Yeah. It is cold. Yeah. It's cold. It is not. It's hot over there?
Yeah.
You know,
Well, you're like moving.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Yes. Oh, okay, great. Perfect.
I just wanted to.
Okay, now we have everyone present. I had just read 6.03 in that long item. So do we have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposed? All right, we're going to go into executive session, so we'll be right back. Okay, is everyone returned? Okay, so we are out of executive session now. There were some employees that exercised their right to have any discussion about them in open session. So Superintendent Reichman, if you have anything to say about those three individuals, please let us know.
Of those three who requested the discussions to be open to the public, I would just like to say 2 sentences about one individual. I've had conversations with Assistant Superintendent George Martin, and I have shared with him my concerns about his performance and my intention to recommend not to renew his contract. And that is all I would like to say at this moment.
And there's nothing else to elaborate on that?
That is all.
Okay, are there any questions for Superintendent Reichman? No? Okay. We're going to go to 6.04, discussion and action item, approval of Superintendent Reichman's performance evaluation pursuant to ARS 38-43103A1. The board may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public for the purposes of discussion and consideration of employment matters as it relates to this agenda item. Would anyone like to go into executive session?
This is
Maybe?
Board Member Jantz. Thank you, President Nigro. A question.
Yes.
Is this something that Superintendent Reichman wants to discuss publicly?
No. She indicated she was notified prior to the meeting that we're discussing her evaluation just like we do every year, and she did not exercise her right to have that discussion in public.
Okay. Then I would make that motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing Superintendent Reichman's performance evaluation.
Okay. I second. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry?
Aye.
I read the whole, yeah. Okay, we will go back into executive session. Thank you. 10 minutes? We're taking 10 minutes.
You're taking a 10-minute break?
Yeah, we're gonna return at 9:05.
Okay.
All right, got one more minute. Check. All right. Okay, everyone. We are back. We're in 6:04. We're out of executive session. Is there a motion to approve the superintendent's performance evaluation?
So moved.
Any second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
All opposed.
No opposed? Okay.
Board Member Chance.
All right. Any abstentions? All right. 701, discussion possible action item approval of suggested changes to ARS Title 15-1204 and Title 41, Chapter 27, Article 2. Marie Murphy.
Good evening, Board President Nigro, members of the board, Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendents Cooper and Martin. For the record, Maria Murphy, Director of Policy and Government Relations. So once more back into the fray. The Arizona State Legislature went into session about 2 weeks ago now, and you have before you some suggested changes to Arizona revised statutes that we are proposing to take in front of the legislature. So first, I would like to start with House Bill 2456. This was introduced last week by Education Chairwoman Representative Beverly Pingarelli, and we refer to this as our Sunrise Bill. So as part of the sunset audit, we are actually required to run a bill through the legislature and have the governor sign it to authorize the continuation of the school. And I am very pleased to say that Representative Pingarelli is recommending that ASDB be renewed for another period of 8 years. I'm also pleased to say that the House had a committee of reference meeting this past Tuesday, and the House Committee of Reference passed a motion, again mirroring House Bill 2456, to continue for another 8 years. So with your permission, we'd like to go ahead and get this bill run it through the legislature and get it up to Governor Hobbs for signatures. So at this time, I'd like to take any questions in regards to that particular bill.
Are any questions for Ms. Murphy?
Yes. I do have a question. Is 8 years the max, or how is that number determined?
Thank you. Yes, that's a very good question. It used to be that the maximum was 10 years, but lately the trend has been to do a maximum of 8 years. The legislature actually has the ability to determine through the Joint Legislative Audit Committee a period of time. Some recently have gone as low as 3 or 4 years, but the fact that the committees of reference have both said 8 years, we should interpret it as a sign of confidence in the job that ASDB is doing, and so that is the maximum that the legislature is recommending at this time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, do we have a motion to approve or to approve the suggested changes to the ARS?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Oh.
Any opposed? And any abstentions? Okay. Next is 702, information discussion item, introduction and possible discussion policies, BCB, GBEAA, GCFC, IHA, IHBF, IKF, and LB. Ray Murphy.
Thank you, Board President Nigro. You should have before you a copy of all of the red lines for the proposed policies, and they were posted to the public. I have not received any public comment regarding concerns about the policies, so at this time I'd like to make myself available for questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Murphy?
Just kidding, no.
No. All right. Okay, thank you. We can move on then to 703. This was taken off the consent agenda item. This is 703, approval of policies EEB, EIMB, IMD, JI, CFA, JLCB, JLCC, JLDA, JRR, and KI. PV, you had asked that this be pulled. Do you have any comments on this?
Yes, thank you, President Nigro. I know that was a mouthful, all of those letters. I specifically just wanted to ask about JLDA. Interestingly, there is verbiage within this that specifically says that psychologists must be ADE approved but are exempt from licensure. My only concern is, where is the additional disability qualification? Is there any sort of ASL qualification? Does ADE recognize, or does this agency allow for us to seek psychologists who are fluent in American Sign Language? Can we add that requirement? I don't want to have the board then later find out that we have all of these potential candidates, but none of them are fluent in sign language, or none of them have any sort of education or know how to provide a psychological evaluation for a blind or visually impaired student.
Board Member Jantz, I apologize because I am not prepared to answer that question. I do not know that at this time. I was prepared to discuss the actual changes that were being proposed in the policy regarding employment versus contracted psychologists. So at this time, I cannot answer your question regarding ASL fluency. Is there anybody who might know a little bit further information here? Anita, do you know? I'm going to have to go back and do some research, Board Member Jantz. I apologize.
That's totally understandable. It was an unexpected question. But I do want to also clarify for the changes that have been proposed, specifically for the purposes of identifying the difference between personnel and contracted service providers. Those are the changes we're discussing, correct?
Yes, yes. And essentially that change was made because of House Bill 2178, which essentially is stating that now contracted school psychologists who are certificated contracted school psychologists are able to provide services. Previously to this bill, you had to be employed by the school. Now you can be a contracted certificated school psychologist providing services.
Okay, very cool. That helps a lot with perspective. So just to double check, if we were to use contract service providers, they just have to meet the definitions and requirements for that bill. The agency still can use our own discretion to add additional qualifications such as expertise in ASL or blind or visually impaired students, correct?
Board Member Jantz, we can always go above and beyond. That is, this policy is the floor. So that's the basic minimum that we have to meet. We can always try to follow higher standards.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all that I had. I just wanted to now make a motion then to pass these policies as we have.
Okay. I'll second that.
Before we pass, I do have a question. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I just have a question on the verbiage on, is it JLCB, the immunizations? It reads that we will not accept any students without vaccines, but I'm pretty sure under state law students are allowed to have exemptions.
sorry, I'm looking for the actual policy
I
right
think
now.
it's close to the end.
I'm so sorry, I'm having difficulty finding it in my packet. Let me just,
It's before the school counselors and psychologists.
This is one of the Jan's. I just wanted to mention, I was reading through that policy as well. There is a section specifically that is not proposed to be changed, and that students shall not be permitted to attend school without documentation that they are in compliance and essentially a student, unless the student is exempted from immunization. And is that, Board Member Buchanan, does that address your concern?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. So there's a section that says, students shall not be allowed to attend school without submitting documentary proof of compliance to the principal unless the student is exempted from immunization. So there is a passage in there that does state that exemptions are permitted in whatever that exemption requirement is.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that that was in there since exemptions are allowed under state law. It
Yes.
just read a little bit more towards this is an absolute requirement, and I must have missed that singular part.
it also discusses that there could be serologic confirmation of the presence of the disease in the bloodstream. That could also be acceptable as well, Board Member Buchanan. So yes, I'm sorry, I finally found the policy. I was looking in the wrong packet. That's why I was having trouble. I beg your pardon. So, but yes.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
One more thing, if I can change my second just for a moment. There's a typo in JLCC. It does say ASDB may required that a mask, but it should say may require. So
I will make sure that gets corrected. Thank you for pointing
if I
that
can just tack that
out.
onto my second, that we just fix that typo.
Yeah, yep, I see it, and I will get that fixed. Thank you for pointing it out.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay. That passes. Then we go on to the
President Negro?
Yes.
Could I add a clarification
Yes.
on 6.03
Yes.
about my contract?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify, it was stated that I was spoken to about performance issues. That was not true. I was told I didn't have a sense of urgency. I asked for clarification. None was given to me. I went through everything I accomplished in 5 months. Superintendent Reichman agreed, but did not provide me circumstances or examples of what a sense of urgency meant. So I just wanted to clarify. There was not performance issues, and it was never communicated to me in that fashion.
Okay. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Martin. Next is a 705 information discussion item, strategic plan update in preparation for capital improvement. This one is one that I've been thinking a lot about. We had a presentation back in October. We had a work study session on the capital improvement. I'm sorry?
Did you say 7.05 or do you mean 04?
Well, 04, I don't think we removed that, did we? That was still on consent? Yeah, we didn't remove 704. That was just the wait. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, 704 is on consent. I mean, I'm looking at, Letitia, it is on consent, right?
I'm sorry, can you just clarify what number you're on?
Oh, so 704 was on consent. That was approval to move the May 11th meeting from Tucson to Phoenix. There was a conflict with this facility, the BPAC. It was not available on that date, so we had to move it to Phoenix where the PDSD campus is available. So that's that. And then 705 is information discussion items, strategic plan update, and preparation for capital improvement. So, right, so this is the preparation for capital improvement. As we talked about in April, or I'm sorry, in October, we had a work study on capital improvement plan. We had highlighted that in our strategic plan, the need for it. That got kind of sidetracked a little bit by COVID. It was also highlighted by the Auditor General that we need to have this plan. And we were told that we're going to need, and we're going through the capital improvement process. That's about 18 to 24 months away. And we're going through that process. But, to me, if we fast forward to the end of that, we kind of already know what that's going to look like, right? I mean, we were told in that October meeting that we need $69 million to, kind of rejuvenate the campuses to get the capital facilities where they need to be. Now that capital improvement process may change that amount. It could be 50 million, it could be 90 million. I mean, who's to know? But it's going to be tens of millions of dollars. And that is going to be a big ask to the legislature. So the good news is we have time to tell a compelling story to the legislature about why it's worth the investment, that significant investment in the capital improvements. But, I couldn't help but think, like I would think, I'm not a legislator, but how I think that they would think. And they're going to see, very quickly, they're going to see a few things, right? I mean, they're going to look at, the performance, right? Is this worth the, is this worth the investment? We spend, if we look at our cost per student, this is in 4.4.4 the strategic plan for fiscal year 23. And we look at our enrollment as of 8/1. That was our last, or board meeting closest to the end of that fiscal year. We spent $21.2 million on the Tucson campus, $14.5 million on the Phoenix campus, and $35.8 million total. So it cost us $35.8 million to run the two campuses. That was for 354 students. That's $101,279 a student. Yes. $101,279 a student. So that's to think about that, put that in perspective, our voucher money that we get is much less, right? So we get about $25,000 for blind and visually impaired. We get about the same amount for deaf and hard of hearing. We get about $33,000 for MD, and we get about $42,000 for MD-SSI students. If we look at that revised, we have a revised budget of $63.5 million. So that's 56% of the budget went to serve the 354 on-campus children. Overall, if you include the early intervention, you include the preschool, you include the itinerants, that 354 is 17% of the children that we serve. So we're spending 56% of our expenditures on 70% of the children. And again, that has to go, that extra gap has to come from somewhere, right? If we're spending 4 times the voucher amount, what's that delta? Well, if you average it out to $30,000 a student, that's about a $26 million gap. And our general appropriation last year, or this year, is $26.6 million. So it's nearly the whole general appropriation. And that's, so if you look at that, that means that we get a general appropriation to supplement our other income, which is primarily the two biggest chunks are the general appropriation and the voucher revenues. Voucher revenues being the largest amount, general appropriation being the second largest amount. We get some other monies, some federal monies. We get some money from Medicare or Medicaid. We get state land grant things. We get some other sources. But that's the two primary chunks of funding that we get. And nearly all of it is going to go to those children to the campuses. And that would lead a legislator, I think, to believe that we have a very high population of high needs children. There are plenty of children that do cost $100,000 a year to serve their needs, and of course we'll happily pay that where there's a need. But when we look at our numbers, that's just not the case. 70% are deaf or hard of hearing, 4% are visually impaired or blind, 9% are classified as MD, and 14% are classified as MD-SSI. That is, those are the kids with the highest level of need. So only 14% have that very high need. I mean, that would be high for a school district, but in our context, that's not very high. So we the majority of the students, about 75% are either deaf or hard of hearing or blind or visually impaired. So we're spending about 4 times the voucher amount for those students. And districts don't spend that, right? Districts get the voucher money. They have their tax-based revenue. They have bonds, overrides, and other sources of funding. But they don't spend $101,000 on this population. So that's really high. And that the use of that general appropriation is high that we've seen. Perhaps it's to the detriment of some of the other children we serve. If we say that we don't have money for this or that because we don't have enough in the general appropriation, we know where that's going. So, gosh, that leads us to think that we must have, if we're spending so much, we must have outstanding performing schools, and I really wish that I could say that. The data that we have, we used to have data from the co-ops, from the children that we serve in the co-ops. That was last given to us in 2018. We got just last week, I've been asking for it for months and months and months. We just last week got a small sampling, about 50 or so, I believe, districts sent over some of their data. And that's helpful, but it's not complete. But if we look at that, the board presentation from 2018, we see that the co-ops at the time, and there were 5 of them at the time, had on grade level rates for ELA and math of about 20%. They ranged from 13 to 24, but mostly, DVR at 13.6, NCR at 23, SCRC at 24, SWRC at 20, a little bit different for math, DVR at 16, HER at 27, NCR at 21, SCRC at 18, SWRC at 25. And for the same, when we look at the campus schools in 2018, the AB had ELA on grade of 9 and math of 9. ASD had an ELA of 2 and math of 2. PDSD an ELA of 8 and math of 7. In 2019, you can look at the AD reports, and unfortunately, there are too few students that were at grade level to even register to report. It was too few to report. So, and then in terms of PSOs, how is that coming? Well, we don't really have a uniform way of measuring PSOs. It's part of our strategic plan. We've talked about it even before our strategic plan. The Auditor General, mentioned that we don't really have a good uniform way of measuring them. We have some approach, but it's hard for us to say because we haven't gotten good at doing that. So when we look at our data, this is hard data to sell to the legislators to ask for the amount of money that we're going to need to improve the campuses, because they're going to see that districts pay far less and achieve far more academically than what the agency does, and that's something that we're going to have to change in the next couple of years, so that we can go to the legislature and say, look, here's what we're going to take that money, we're going to invest it, and here's the kind of results that we can expect from that. Here's the type of good that we think we can expect from that. And again, I think a lot of that is the leadership. I think our staff is very dedicated. I think that the ones that I interact with are very dedicated to the students and improving their educational outcomes. But we really need to be able to manage this a lot better than we have. Again, the itinerant program, doing well, but on campus we need to make sure that we're managing the funds properly, so we're getting efficient, and we have to make sure that we're getting some educational achievement from that. And it's been that way for years. It's not like there's 1 year. It's not like these are all pre-COVID numbers. So again, that's I don't know if anyone else wants to comment on it, but the idea is, I think the administration is going to have to come up with a strategy to make sure that that when we do go to ask for these improvements, once we have our capital improvement plan in place, that we have a real compelling story to tell the legislature as to why this investment is warranted in these campuses to improve the schools and improve the capital place where our students come to school every day. Yeah.
I don't necessarily disagree with the data that you mentioned. You're not wrong. However, data only tells the story that we want it to tell. Meaning, we can view it from different lenses. We can shift our perspective. We as a board, we need to recognize the fact that where this agency is right now is because of some poor decision makings by previous boards and some poor decision making by previous ADOA administrators. When I was looking through some records and the Finance Committee had some discussions, it very clearly showed that this agency has been seriously and critically underfunded for many years. And that's part of the legislature's responsibility. It's also part of the previous board's responsibility. Another thing that we need to consider is, at the end of the day, deaf education in general and some aspects of blind education are still not where they need to be. You heard from Warren that there is no ready-to-go ASL curriculum. The staff here have to invent that wheel and make everything from scratch. Deaf education has been formally established in this country for over 280 years. The Milan Conference of 1880, the Milan Conference established the future of deaf education. And what we are seeing is the result of that approach to deaf education. We can't fix over 280 years worth of an approach that has been consistently failing in a year or two. That's not something we can do. And unfortunately, it's not just this campus. It's not just PBIS, it's not just ASDB. There are a lot of deaf schools across the country who have been struggling with the same issues and the same challenges. At the end of the day,
when we have hearing people with little to no understanding of deafness or little to no understanding of language acquisition, little to no understanding of blindness, making these critical decisions, that impacts generations. That impacts multiple generations and continues a cycle of poor results. I think it's important to recognize that we need to reframe that data. We need to reframe the discussion. And like you said, for the legislature to swallow that amount, I don't see it happening. We as an agency and as a board have to make some very difficult decisions in order to help the agency survive. And I do not think that we can avoid these difficult decisions. However, does that mean that the agency is a failure because of all of this data? No. So I would like to submit that perspective.
Thank you, PV. I certainly appreciate your comments. In terms of the performance, at least to me, the striking thing is that the students that are in our co-ops are doing much better. I mean, far and away, they're doing much better, and academically than they are on campus. And that's for far less resources that are being expended to attain those results. that's what I think a legislator, and again, this isn't me, I mean, if I could wave a magic wand, I'd have the money and we'd have cranes here tomorrow. But that's, that's not the way the world works. We have to go convince the legislature. And if they're looking at this from a perspective of where should public money go? Should it go to the system with far lower costs, maybe half the cost or less, and is getting far better academic achievement, or should it go to the far more expensive methodology that is getting far less academic achievement? That's the story that we have to tell the legislature. And again, they make those decisions, not me. I mean, I wish it were me, but it's not.
Yes. Board Member Jantz.
I just want to just add a note here, though. Comparing our co-op students to our on-campus students are comparing apples to oranges. The kids that are on campus are there because their IEP requires them to be there, and many of them have been language deprived. And so we're trying to catch kids up that are so far behind that it may not be possible to get them to the point where they'll be grade level. Where the kids who are succeeding in the co-ops probably had a better base to start with. And so you can't, that's the story we need to be able to communicate to the legislators, is why that need is far more important, because we're working with kids that the system failed them before they even got into it. And so I think that's the things that we need to really take a look at and make sure that we're communicating that to them so that they see, that's a great model for those kids who come in close to on grade level when they enter kindergarten with their peers. But for a lot of the kids that are on campus, that is not the story. And so we're working really hard to get them to the point where they can have an independent future and be able to be successful and have an independent life out in a community of their choosing. But that's going to take them far longer than those kids that are in the co-op programs. And I think that's our responsibility, is to make sure the legislators know that.
Board Member Jantz. Thank you. Well said, Suke. And President Negro, I do understand your perspective, but I respectfully disagree with the specific phrasing that the story that we have to tell. No, it's not. The story that we have to tell is the story of what Suke just described. If we are asked and we have to explain or speak to those points, absolutely, that's not a conversation we can avoid. It's a conversation we need to have. However, a perfect example of that comparison of apples to oranges, I was raised and went to a hearing mainstream school. I was considered an oral success because I could speak well. But until I was 14, I was formally labeled mentally retarded. That was the official label for me at that time in the 80s and 90s. I was a quote-unquote oral success, and I was failing public school. We have to make sure that we understand the data in the appropriate context. And I'm a little saddened by your comment that yes, while the data is valid, it is not being applied appropriately. If you look out into the audience, I saw several people who were clearly upset, and I'm sure that they probably feel like they have, the professionals who've worked here for many years have just been denigrated. They are teaching other students who are trying to catch up, and you can imagine for myself, looking back on my experience, those 300, 400 students that aren't doing as well, we're essentially blaming them because now they're continuing to be compared to their same-aged peers who did have access at a younger age, who did have privileges and benefits and resources that a lot of the kids we're working with didn't have. And that's not the message that I want our students to receive when they come to this campus. I don't want that to be the message from our agency. So we need to be careful with how we phrase things.
Are there any other comments? Okay. Next is 802, discussion possible action item. I'm sorry, 801, call to the public. Sorry about that. 801, call to the public for non-agendized items. I think we have two.
Yeah, we have two.
All right. The first one, you can.
First one is Becca Bailey.
Is she not here? Oh, okay.
Hello, board and staff. I'm not going to go through all the names because my brain is exhausted. My name is Becca Bailey, and as I mentioned before, my child, I am not an alumni. I am the parent of an alumni who graduated in 2017. PDSD is a second home for me. What you just said, quite frankly, really pissed me off. And I'm trying hard not to use inappropriate language, but you are coming from a data perspective. Thank you, PV, for pointing out that data perspective. We cannot blame our children for failing. Our systems have failed these students. They have been taught and expected to learn in a language that is not native to them. I know I only have 4 minutes, but I would like to address something else: the safety and mental health of our students. What the heck are you doing with that teacher who has been, quote, under investigation, who has taught here for 30 years? She is threatening the safety of our students and causing significant mental health harm. If my son were under her right now, you can bet I'd be calling the police. What are you doing? Where is the investigation? I know it's a personnel issue, but we have had, how long now? There was a, I'm sorry, the interpreter needs to clarify. Child well-being is holistic. The abuse that is being levied by these teachers needs to be investigated fully. Parents and the community need to have more information. It looks like you're lying. It looks like someone is lying. What are you doing with and to our students? My son is a product of PTSD because I was a very involved student, and I was looking at who his teachers were, who was teaching him, and most of the time they would say, you know, we can't give you the teacher that you want for him in the fall because that teacher's not available, et cetera, but because they didn't think it was a good fit. But I know what's right for my child. And he graduated and went on to wonderful things. He was valedictorian, and he didn't feel like he even deserved to be valedictorian because, well, he's humble. But his mental health, like PV said, I was a product of signing exact English. I was a public school failure. I have good English. I can write English well. But my self-esteem, my self-worth, my self-confidence didn't come until I got to college. I grew up with depression and high anxiety just because I had to struggle my entire life to fit into this mainstream system. It was an extraordinary burden. Think twice before you say things about how the campus schools are failing our kids. You're failing our kids, period. Thank you for your time.
And the second one is Winona Holmes.
Okay. has been an interesting conversation. Oh, excuse me. Hello, everyone. I know I only have a few minutes, but this has been an interesting conversation about school achievement and having to show the legislature that we deserve this money, etc. I think the answer could be really simple. When we find these deaf babies, we immediately expose them to ASL. We sign to them. Why are you, this oddest conversation about listening and spoken language programs and oral programs and voting to support these programs, Desert Voices and Carla Zimmerman, that are oppressive, that, they fire parents if parents decide to sign with their children who are deaf. Why? All deaf babies deserve access to sign language and spoken language if that's appropriate for them. If they want to be implanted or have hearing aids, that's fine. But they still need sign language. It cannot be dismissed. When they go into the preschool program, they're not supporting sign language unless a parent wants them, and then they're put into this one little room all by themselves where just a few kids sign. They should all be learning sign. All deaf children need to interact with other children who sign on the playground, they're able to interact with similar peers. And if some of these kids here at the School for the Deaf are running around speaking and not signing, this is a deaf school. You need to be leaders. You're deaf educators, you're professionals. Sign language and spoken language should be available to all children. My son is in 2nd grade. He has a deaf teacher. You were talking about BGC earlier, and BGC is great. My son is using that curriculum, his teacher is using that curriculum, and it's fantastic. However, his teacher is deaf. One of very, very few deaf teachers in the elementary department at PDSD. And that points to a larger problem within the elementary within the elementary school. You have teachers who are autist who are teaching deaf children. They're autist and oppressive toward deaf students, toward other deaf staff, and our students are suffering because of it. If I go up and sign, "Hi, good morning," hearing teachers won't even look at me. They just look away and walk away. Are you kidding? That's not okay. This is a deaf campus. You have your language policy. Why is that even necessary? It should be understood. This is a deaf campus. It's a deaf school. We sign here. That's the only reason that my son is there, because he needs access to his environment in American Sign Language. That's why I send him to PDSD. But if that teacher, you know who I'm referring to, is still there, he will not be continuing at PDSD. I'm not going to put up with that oppressive, autist behavior from hearing teachers. I have a friend who used to teach at PDSD and chose to resign because of that teacher. Because of that teacher. She's toxic to the elementary department. These deaf kids need deaf teachers. They need fluent ASL instruction. The bilingual grammar is wonderful, but bilingual instruction doesn't work if you're not already fluent in your first language. They need deaf teachers to have a strong ASL foundation. That teacher who has pushed out many other teachers needs to be pushed out. This needs to stop. And my time is up. I have a lot more to say, but my time is up. Okay.
I was just going to say the rest of the comments will be posted online. They were emailed.
Thank you. 802, discussion possible action item, agenda items for the next regular board meeting. Anyone has any potential agenda items? No? Okay.
Board Member Jantz.
Sure.
I would like to add to the agenda for the next board meeting that we have a discussion related to feedback for Superintendent Reichman. And if necessary, we go into executive session.
Okay, for the board to give feedback to Superintendent Reitman,
Yes.
and potentially an executive session if that's permissible. Okay, Superintendent Reitman, can you make a note of that for when we meet?
Will do.
Thank you. Anyone else? Then we're going to go to 9.01, action item adjournment. Lynn?
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
All,
Linda, second.
all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. All right. Thank you, everyone. I know it was a long meeting today. Have a good evening.